Chapter 430. Over 1,000 people were engaged in an intense battle in the air. Colorful and gorgeous attacks filled the horizon, and the night was almost turned into day. Spirit weapons transformed into cold beams of light, like bolts of lightning. Under the control of spiritual sense, they engulfed everything. One by one, they died in the flashes of cold light. Large amounts of corpses fell from the sky. It was an extremely shocking scene. Below, Chen was hiding in the darkness, ready to take advantage of the chaos to attack. But when he heard this, his expression changed. The 10 primal core old monsters of the barbarian bull stronghold aren't here. This was unexpected. The 10 primal core old monsters of the barbarian bull stronghold were not here at the moment. The fierce battle in the sky continued, but Chen's gaze was constantly flickering. He was now certain that this was a rare ore vein that produced Deluo silver crystals. This was a material for forging pill weapons, and its value far exceeded that of primal stones of the same volume. Pu Meng, don't think that just because your barbarian bull stronghold has 10 primal core old monsters, you're invincible in this region. Let me tell you, the number of primal core old monsters in our Sunset Mountain is no less than yours, snorted a late-stage Sky expert named Luo Senator. Then he signaled a large group of people to launch a destructive attack at Pu Meng. Luo Sen, you're courting death. Pu Meng shouted. At the same time, a large amount of brilliant light rose from where he was and attacked Luo Sen. I think you're the ones courting death. If you don't obediently hand over the Deluo silver crystals, everyone in your barbarian bull stronghold will die today. Boom. A large amount of brilliant light collided, erupting with a world-shattering sound. The void was constantly torn apart, and huge cracks appeared. Miserable screams echoed in the night. It was very mournful, and more people died in the air. You dare to attack our barbarian bull stronghold? Just wait for the anger of the 10 primal core old monsters, Pu Meng roared, killing intent flashing in his eyes. This time we're purely fighting in the air. Even if the 10 primal core old monsters come back, they won't have anything to say. At most, they'll just blame your Sky for being too useless. Luo Sen had brought many experts with him, much more than the original barbarian bull stronghold. As the battle raged on, the barbarian bull stronghold gradually lost ground. Pu Meng, didn't your barbarian bull stronghold claim to have over 1,000 people in the air? Why are there so few of you? Are the others hiding in the mines? Or are they not here at all? Are they guarding the other resources? Luo Sen sneered. Luo Sen, you are smart. They really didn't come. Haha, then just wait for your death. But it's too early for you to be happy. They didn't come, but they didn't guard the mine either. Instead, they went to your Sunset Mountains mine. What? Luo Sen, do you think you are very smart? Since I, Pu Meng, can predict that you would attack us, naturally, I have already made preparations. Haha. If I am not mistaken, your ore vein should have already been taken by our people. We should be counting the spoils right now. Pu Meng laughed. Damn it, how dare you plot against us? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone, charge. Charge into the mine and take the Deluo silver crystals, then return to the mine to support. Luo Sen roared, his expression becoming ferocious. Immediately after, the group of people in the air that he brought seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, launching even more intensive and terrifying attacks. Everyone, hold on. As long as we can buy some time, when our people come back, it will be their time of death. Pu Meng was also encouraging his people. In an instant, the battle became even more intense. Below, Chen was overjoyed when he heard the conversation between the two sides. The top 10 core experts of the barbarian bull stronghold were not here, and this time, the core experts of the Sunset Mountain were not here either. Those who came were all in the air. It was as if the heavens were helping him. So, he moved. Swoosh. In a flash of golden light, he appeared from the ground and went straight to the mine. At the same time, some cultivators of the Sunset Mountain also went straight to the mine. From afar, one figure after another flew to the mine, and Chen was just one of them. Boom. The fierce battle broke out again, and a large number of attacks drowned the direction where Chen was. The destructive energy continued to surge, and some of the people in the air who rushed forward coughed up blood and were severely injured. Only Zichen was unscathed and rushed into the depths. "Brother, do your best." Seeing that one of them was fine, the other people who were seriously injured also spoke. At the same time, they launched fierce attacks to buy time for Zichen. "Little brother, it's up to you." The others also spoke. This time, there were hundreds of people in the air who came, and they belonged to several forces. Not many of them knew each other, and seeing a stranger rush in, they were not surprised at all. Zichen, who was rushing forward, was slightly stunned. This little brother was obviously addressed to him, and he quickly reacted and shouted, "Everyone, cover me." Swoosh! In a flash of golden light, he rushed forward for dozens of meters. After that, a large amount of energy supply arrived and swallowed him again. Stop him, and kill all the bastards of the Sunset Mountain." Above the sky, Pu Meng's voice was constantly heard, and he was constantly commanding the others to attack. Next to Zichen, the people in the air died one after another, and he was also dodging between the various energy attacks. Although he was lucky to not die, his body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were torn in many places. Go quickly. Little brother, we'll cover you. Go in quickly." At the same time, there were more people in the air protecting Zichen, allowing him to move forward. It had to be said that it was a miracle for an early-stage Zephyr to be able to survive until now. And this miracle kept happening. He was the weakest in the group, but he was the one who approached the entrance of the mine the fastest. In the sky, Luo Sen saw this scene, and his face was filled with joy. He shouted, "Everyone, do your best to escort this little brother into the mine." There were too many people this time, hundreds of people, and even Luo Sen couldn't recognize all of them. He thought that Zichen was a subordinate of a late-stage Zephyr. In this area, the barbarian bull village was the boss, and only the Sunset Mountain could touch them. At this moment, the two sides were fighting fiercely, and they naturally didn't expect that there would be a bold guy who took the opportunity to sneak in. After that, the energy in the sky became more violent, and the people of the Sunset Mountain began to suppress the people of the barbarian bull village, so that they didn't have all the energy to kill Zichen. In the end, Zichen rushed into the mine. At the same time, there were some cultivators of the Sunset Mountain who rushed in with Zichen. At this moment, they completely regarded Zichen as one of their own, and many people were still protecting him. "Kill." After rushing into the mine, there was another shout from inside. There were some Zephyr hiding here, but there were not many of them. "Little brother, I'll stop them. You go in quickly." A late-stage Zephyr stood in front of Zichen. At the same time, the others also flashed and blocked the others for Zichen. "No, I'll cover. You all go in. At worst, I'll die," Zichen said in a low and tragic voice. "Brother, we're satisfied with your words." The others turned their heads and took a deep look at Zichen, remembering this righteous little brother, and then rushed forward. "You're weak, but you're fast. You're most suitable for treasure hunting. Go quickly and get the Deluo silver crystal. You're the pride of our Sunset Mountain." The group of people didn't hesitate and opened the way for Zichen. Along the way, Zichen displayed an extremely fast speed. He was not slower than them, but his strength was not strong. There were many wounds on his body, which was seen by everyone, so they protected him and allowed him to enter the mine to search for treasures. "Well, you guys hold on. I'll be back soon." Zichen spoke again, but he couldn't wait to go deeper into the mine. "So fast. This time, we'll definitely be able to get a lot of Deluo silver crystals." The other people who rushed in blocked the Zephyr of the barbarian bull camp, and their eyes were full of hope. Zichen rushed forward, and his huge spiritual sense swept around, searching for the location of all the ores. The depths of the mine were like an underground world, and it was very difficult to find Deluo silver crystals smoothly. Last time in the Yuan stone vein, there was a fierce battle with the core old monsters, and the energy fluctuations led Zichen to the right place. But this time, Zichen had to find it himself. Along the way, he occasionally found one or two Zephyrs, as well as some true energy realm cultivators who were working as miners, trembling in fear. Poof! Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and a golden light shot out from his hand. A mid-stage Zephyr was beheaded, and his head rolled far away. And before the other party's corpse fell, Chen was already very far away. Along the way, all the Zephyrs he encountered were all killed by Chen, and as for the miners hiding in the corners, they were all let go. At this moment, his powerful strength was completely displayed, and all the Zephyrs blocking his way were killed. At the same time, he searched every mine, and must find the location of Deluo silver crystals. In the depths of the mine, there were 6 Zephyrs gathered here. One of them was a late-stage Zephyr, and the other 5 were early-stage Zephyr. Next to it were pieces of crystals, all of them the size of a fist. They emitted silver light, resplendent and dazzling. There were over a dozen of them. These were great Luo silver crystals, one of the materials used to forge pill weapons. They were extremely expensive. You're all early-stage Zephyr, and all of you know how to hide. Later, you'll hide in the depths of each mine, and don't come out unless absolutely necessary. Remember, don't leave this mine. The late-stage Zephyr emphasized. Yes, sir. Okay, pay attention to hiding. Remember, suppress your strength and hide with those miners. The late-stage Zephyr ordered again. But at this moment, he found that the expressions of the 5 people in front of him changed. Each of them had their mouths wide open, and their faces were full of shock. The little 5 Zephyrs were shocked. Before they could say the word, they saw a dazzling golden light flashing. Poof! The golden light flashed, and blood burst out. The late-stage Zephyr didn't even notice it, and his head was chopped off. Blood sprayed on the faces of the 5 people. What a good plan, hiding among the miners. If I came a little later, I'm afraid I would have been fooled. Chapter 431. In the depths of the mine, there were more than a dozen pieces of Deluo silver crystals, shining with dazzling silver light. If he hadn't come in time and discovered these 6 people, Chen would have thought that there were only these Deluo silver crystals here. The 5 early-stage Zephyr realm cultivators widened their eyes and looked ahead, their eyes full of fear. It was a young man in a daoist robe. There was a cold smile on his face, and the cold aura around him made people tremble. He killed a late-stage Zephyr realm cultivator with one blow. The latter didn't even have time to react before his head fell to the ground. They were all early-stage Zephyr realm cultivators, but at this moment, 5 against 1, they didn't have any confidence. Instead, they felt a kind of despair lingering in their hearts. They were terrified to the extreme. Thanks. Chen took the dozen pieces of Deluo silver crystals on the ground and smiled. This was a real smile, like a spring breeze. But in the eyes of the 5, this was the smile of a demon, making people tremble. Hand over the spirit rings, and I'll spare your lives. After taking away the Deluo silver crystals, Chen looked at them and said indifferently, "No, we can't." The 5 looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. But at the same time, there was a trace of ruthlessness born from despair in the depths of their eyes. Handing over the spirit rings was equivalent to handing over their lives. Even if they didn't die now, the people of the barbarian bull village wouldn't let them go. It could be said that handing over the spirit rings meant certain death. But at this moment, it was 5 against 1. Although the opponent was very strong, but in such a narrow space, there might be a glimmer of hope. Poof! Just as a cold light flashed in their eyes, Chen had already made his move. The golden light in his hand began to flash, turning into a sharp blade. In just a moment, the 5 of them fell into a pool of blood, and the spirit rings were in Chen's hand. The fact proved that the 5 of them chose to attack Chen, which was the real death. If they had handed over the spirit rings and chose to escape immediately, there might be a glimmer of hope. Boom! A terrifying energy fluctuation sounded, and the whole mine trembled, almost collapsing. Above their heads, gravel kept rolling down, and the rumbling sound echoed. Time to go! Taking the spirit rings, Chen flashed and left. But not long after, Chen ran into the Zephyr realm cultivator of Sunset Mountain. "Little brother, how is it? How was it, little brother? Did you get the great Luo silver crystals?" "The great Luo silver crystals are in our hands, and there are quite a few of them. Let's quickly kill our way out." Chen did not slow down, and killing intent surged around him. What? You really obtained the great Luo silver crystal? Little brother, you are really something. Now that we've gotten what we want, it's time for us to leave. Let's go. We'll escort you out of here. They had the advantage in terms of numbers. During the fierce battle, many people from the Sunset Mountain had killed their way in. Moreover, they had searched for a while, but to no avail. When they heard that Zi Chen had obtained the great Luo silver crystal, they were extremely excited. Then, they protected Zi Chen as they rushed out of the mine. Along the way, they were more scared than hurt. Several big battles broke out. Besides Zi Chen, 5 or 6 people were killed in the air before they finally rushed out of the mineral vein. In the outside world, the chaotic battle was still going on. There was almost a layer of dead Yu airmen on the ground. Above the firmament, there were still many people fighting fiercely in the air. This was the real main battlefield. Lord Luo Sen, the great Luo silver crystals are in our hands. Let's quickly return to the mineral vein to support our brothers. Zi Chen had just charged out when he shouted at the sky, his voice rumbling like thunder. Because of Zi Chen's words, the intense battle paused for a moment. Everyone subconsciously looked at Zi Chen, wanting to see who had obtained the great Luo silver crystal. Unfortunately, they could only see a ball of golden light. They were unable to see Zi Chen's appearance. Ah, people from the Sunset Mountain, our barbarian bull stronghold is irreconcilable with you. You snatched our great Luo silver crystals, so just wait to suffer the wrath of the barbarian bull stronghold. Pu Meng roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. At the same time, the barbarian bull stronghold side was surging with killing intent. Ha, good, good, good. The great Luo silver crystals are in our hands. Let's retreat and quickly return to the mineral vein. Luo Sen only saw Zi Chen's back. He didn't recognize that golden figure. The other party was merely at the early stage of the Yu airman, so it was normal that he didn't recognize him. But that didn't stop him from feeling happy. After that, the Sunset Mountain's forces began to retreat, heading straight for their mineral vein. Chase! We must stop them and delay them so that our people can snatch the Yuan stones. Pu Meng roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He led the barbarian bull stronghold in pursuit. Quick, quick, quick. Luo Sen's voice rang out, urging everyone to retreat and speed up. If they rushed back in time, they might be able to protect the mineral vein. Right, who is that little brother's subordinate? He actually has such means. When we return, we must reward him well. Luo Sen was in a good mood as he looked at the golden figure being protected by everyone. I don't know whose subordinate he is. The battle just now has been completely scattered. Many of the leaders have died. Beside him, many people shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Hundreds of Yu airmen belonged to many forces. At this moment, there was a chaotic battle, and many experts had died. It was normal that they didn't recognize a mere early-stage Yu airman. Well, since he has made such a great contribution, when we return, we will give him a leader. Luo Sen smiled. The others nodded respectfully. In the sky, the fierce battle continued. The Sunset Mountain's people retreated as they fought, retreating to the mineral vein. At the same time, more experts were guarding Zi Chen. Zi Chen's original intention was to leave with the great Luo silver crystals, but at this moment, with so many Yu airmen protecting him, it would be difficult for him to leave rashly. Moreover, when leaving the mineral vein, he had a bold idea in his heart, so he let these people lead him away. The Sunset Mountain was also a major force in this area, not weaker than the barbarian bull stronghold. The two forces usually didn't interfere with each other, like two super overlords guarding their own territories. The barbarian bull stronghold had the great Luo silver crystal mineral vein, while the Sunset Mountain also had its own Yuan stone mineral vein. The Yuan stone mineral vein was very large, and it produced high-quality mid-grade Yuan stones. Usually, there were several nascent core old monsters guarding this place, so no one dared to cause trouble here. But today, there were hundreds of Yu airmen attacking the Yuan stone mineral vein. Above the mineral vein, light lingered, and a series of sonorous sounds rang out. This was a revolving grand formation, emitting endless killing intent. And in the grand formation, there were densely packed figures, each with the strength of airmen. They launched a series of fierce attacks, wanting to shatter the grand formation. Under the energy attacks, the entire grand formation trembled, and rays of light circulated, rumbling. Damn it, I didn't expect the barbarian bull stronghold to be so despicable. The leader of the Yuan stone mineral vein looked at the imminent danger of the grand formation, his expression unsightly. Luo Sen had already led his people to fight for the great Luo silver crystals, so there weren't many people left for him. But he had never imagined that the barbarian bull stronghold would actually fight for the Yuan stones at this time. "Sir, the grand formation is about to break," reported one of his subordinates. "Tell them to hold on. Tell them that Lord Luo Sen will be back soon. Also, tell everyone to prepare for a battle to the death," said the leader coldly. "Yes." Looking at the departing figures of his subordinates, the leader muttered, "Luo Sen, you have to come back quickly. The grand formation is about to break. Everyone, go all out." The Yuan stone mineral vein of the Sunset Mountain actually had a grand formation protecting it. This was clearly something the barbarian bull stronghold hadn't expected. Although the grand formation was about to break, it would take too much time. Moreover, they had already heard that Luo Sen had led even more experts to fight for the great Luo silver crystals. Boom! After a series of tremors, the grand formation was finally broken. One by one, experts appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous killing intent. "Kill! Kill them!" shouted the leader of the barbarian bull stronghold. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared beside him, surrounded by boundless killing intent, attacking the experts of the Sunset Mountain. "Kill!" The experts of the Sunset Mountain were also prepared. The moment the grand formation was broken, they launched a devastating attack. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. A large number of casualties occurred once again. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. "It's useless. You have too few people. Today will be the day of your death." The leader of the barbarian bull stronghold shouted, "Go all out and snatch the Yuan stones, then go back to support them. Everyone, hold on and delay them. Wait for Luo Sen to return, then annihilate all of them in one fell swoop." The two sides began a life and death battle. The scene was very intense. At this moment, lives had already become a number. But obviously, the barbarian bull stronghold's battle strength was stronger. They had the advantage in numbers. Not long after the fierce battle, they began to suppress the other side. Moreover, many of them began to attack the mineral vein. "Lord, it's not good. We can't hold on for much longer. We have to hold on even if we have to die." The experts of the Sunset Mountain were too few. At this moment, they were constantly retreating. The entire mineral vein was almost captured. "Kill! Kill those sons of bitches from the barbarian bull stronghold. Kill! Kill them all, leave no one alive. Damn you, daring to act wildly in our Sunset Mountain. Today, you won't be able to return." At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the horizon. Then, a powerful aura appeared, accompanied by a crazy killing intent. The cultivators of the Sunset Mountain finally rushed back. But they fought all the way back. There were still sounds of energy explosions in the sky. The first to appear was a group of experts guarding Zichen. Each of them was filled with killing intent as they rushed towards the people of the barbarian bull stronghold. Zichen also turned into a golden light and followed closely behind. "They're here. Our people are here. Lord Luo Sen is back. Kill. Let's kill these sons of bitches." With the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the cultivators guarding the primordial stone vein was completely boosted. Each one of them erupted and attacked fiercely. "Kill. Kill those bastards of the Sunset Mountain. I, Pu Meng, am here. Kill. Kill these bastards." Deafening shouts sounded. Pu Meng of the barbarian bull stronghold also arrived. He led a large group of cultivators and chased them all the way here. In an instant, the cultivators of the Sunset Mountain clashed again. "Little brother, go hide in the mineral vein first. You must be careful," one of the leaders of the Sunset Mountain shouted. Zichen also had the same intention. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the mineral vein. Don't stop him. Let him go in. At the same time, many cultivators of the Sunset Mountain transmitted their voice to each other. Thus, Zichen smoothly entered the mineral vein under the escort of several cultivators of the Sunset Mountain. But as soon as he entered the mineral vein, Zichen ran towards the depths of the mineral vein. Little brother, what are you going to do? The others were startled. I'm going to find the primordial stones, Zichen said without slowing down. Chapter 432. Outside, the chaotic battle was still ongoing. Many Yuskais were dying. In this place, life was always the most worthless. After Zichen entered the ore vein, he headed straight for the depths. What? You're going to find the Yuan stones? Everyone was startled, clearly not understanding. Don't just stand there. Take me there. Zichen turned around and shouted. Why are you looking for the Yuan stones? They were stunned, still not understanding. Of course it's to take them away. Are you going to wait for them to come in and rob us? Zichen glared at them. Are we going to do the same as them? Leave the things there and wait for them to come in and take them away. This is a ore vein. With all our Yuskais here, they won't be able to come in. What if they come in? They were speechless. One of them hesitated. But the setting sun mountain has rules. We can't touch the Yuan stones. I know there are rules, but special circumstances require special treatment. Do you want our Yuan stones to be taken away by them? Of course not. But if we touch the Yuan stones, we'll lose our heads. Let's just wait and see. They were still hesitant. If we don't take away the Yuan stones, they'll come in. At that time, just like how I stole their Deluo silver crystals, they'll use the same method to steal our Yuan stones. Rather than leaving them there for others to steal, why don't we put them away first and return them after the battle is over? Zichen patiently explained. The few of them were deep in thought. Obviously, they felt that what Zichen said made sense. However, there were clear rules in the Sunset Mountain, so they were caught in a dilemma. How about this? Since I've obtained the Deluo silver crystal this time, it can be considered a great merit. I'll take the primordial stones. If it's a great crime of beheading, then it'll be even. Zichen finally spoke. The others exchanged a glance, their expressions changing. One of them said, "But little brother, you've done a great deed this time. If it's gone like this, then, all right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. The brothers outside are still fighting. If it's a crime, then I'll accept it. But if I'm lucky enough to get 2 great merits, then I won't forget you." All right then. Since Zichen had already said so, the others had no choice but to agree. Furthermore, they all had their own thoughts and felt that it was impossible for their merits to offset their demerits. It should be 2 great merits. Everyone, follow me. One of the people escorting Zichen was from the mine, and was familiar with the area. He led the group deeper into the mine. During this time, they encountered a few other cultivators who were flying through the air. Because they were all familiar with each other, they were able to proceed smoothly until they reached the location where the primordial stones were stored. When Zichen saw the piles of shiny primordial stones, his eyes almost popped out. Moreover, he had a look of disbelief. He had only said a few words, and he really came here. Following his gaze, Zichen discovered several piles of glittering primal stones, emitting dense spiritual qi. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a pile of primal stones that were actually mid-grade primal stones. At a glance, there were more than 1 million of them. This was a real fortune. Zichen's saliva almost flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Little brother, this is the place where we put the primordial stones. Except for the leader, no one can touch it. The late-stage cultivator who led the way before explained. All right, then I'll put it away first. Zichen nodded, and a light flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and was ready to take away the primordial stones. What are you doing? But at this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a flying cultivator walked in from another cave. This was a thin middle-aged man with a mustache, and there was obvious hostility in his eyes. Siming, you came at the right time. This little brother wants to take away these primordial stones. The late-stage flying cultivator spoke again. Take away the primordial stones, Liu Xiongquan, how dare you? Have you forgotten the rules of Sunset Mountain? How dare you touch these primordial stones? Do you want to die? The flying cultivator named Siming's face was cold. The next moment, rays of light flashed, and more than a dozen flying cultivators appeared. Each of them had a cold expression, and there was hostility in their eyes. Siming, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to attack me? Liu Xiongquan's face was very ugly. I was just about to ask you what is the meaning of this. Bringing these people here, are you going to take advantage of the chaos to steal the primordial stones? Siming asked coldly, and the hostility in his eyes was even stronger. Siming, what kind of person do you think I am? We are just temporarily keeping them to prevent the people from the barbarian bull village from stealing them. Liu Xiongquan said with a face full of grievance. Temph, you don't have to worry about this. I will protect the primordial stones. Now you better leave, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Siming said coldly. Facing the stubborn Siming, Liu Xiongquan was helpless. He looked at Zichen for help. Siming's appearance surprised Zichen, and Zichen didn't like his stubborn character. However, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a plan. As his eyes flashed, he came up with a plan. With a flip of his hand, a dazzling silver light appeared. Zichen looked at Siming. Do you recognize this? Seeing the silver light in Zichen's hand, Siming's pupils shrank, and his expression changed. This is Deluo silver crystal. How did you get it? At this moment, it wasn't just Siming's expression that changed. Even the eyes of the people guarding Zichen lit up. They had only heard Zichen say that he had obtained the Deluo silver crystal, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. This was also their first time seeing it. At least your eyes aren't bad. Zichen said coldly. Do you know how this came about? We exchanged our lives for it. The lives of many brothers. They helped me charge into the mine and took away these Deluo silver crystals. You really got it. You really succeeded. Siming was very excited. The only thing in his eyes was the Deluo silver crystals. Zichen inwardly cursed at her stubborn brain, and his voice became even colder. Do you understand what I just said? The iciness in his words made Siming shudder involuntarily. He nodded subconsciously. I understand, I understand. What the hell do you understand? Zichen's expression changed. He suddenly roared, if you understood, you wouldn't be standing in front of me, and you definitely wouldn't be just looking at the Deluo silver crystals in my hand. Siming was stunned. He looked at Zichen in confusion. The others were also puzzled. Put these origin stones here in piles. If the barbarian bull stronghold's people charge in, they'll snatch them all. Just like with the Deluo silver crystals, there won't be a single one left. Zichen shouted, since you said you understood what I meant, why are you still standing in front of me? But the setting sun mountain has rules. This time, Siming really did understand the meaning behind Zichen's words. His expression became hesitant. Rules are dead, people are alive. Zichen said angrily. So many of our brothers are fighting outside to protect this place, to protect these origin stones. For these origin stones, they can even throw away their lives. But what are you doing? We're also protecting the origin stones. Siming said. You're not protecting, you're waiting. Waiting for all our brothers outside to be killed, waiting for them to die one by one. Siming was dissatisfied and shouted, bullshit, we're protecting the origin stones. We don't want them to die either. Haha, what a fancy excuse. Zichen's face became gloomy. He pointed at Siming's nose and said, you keep saying that you're protecting the origin stones. Then let me ask you, if they all die, do you expect the few of you to be able to protect these origin stones? Siming didn't speak. If everyone outside died, they naturally wouldn't be able to protect these origin stones. Zichen sneered. Why aren't you speaking? Are you trying to say that we'll protect these origin stones even if we die? Siming continued to be silent. Haha, if they all die, you naturally won't be able to live. But it doesn't matter if you die, but you'll lose the origin stones. Look at you, a dignified late-stage flight evasion with powerful combat strength. Instead of going outside to kill the enemy, you're actually hiding here. And you, all of you are so strong, go out and kill the enemy. Why do you have to wait for the other brothers to die? Zichen roared, as if he expected better from them. We're protecting the origin stones. Sai Ming's confidence was no longer enough. What he used to think was the most sacred thing, but today he found that it was full of guilt. After Zichen said so, their protection had become meaningless. Now, you still have the face to talk about protection. Zichen was angry and strode forward. Sai Ming subconsciously dodged, revealing a large pile of origin stones behind him. Zichen, on the other hand, waved his hand and the piles of origin stones disappeared. Their purpose is origin stones, not just a simple person. Now that the origin stones are gone, you go out and kill the enemy. Zichen pointed at himself and said, as for me, I'm merely at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. No one will pay attention to me, so I'll protect the Deluo silver crystals and primordial stones. While they were still in a daze, Zichen took away all the origin stones, then turned and left. You took away the origin stones and didn't stay here. What are you going out for? Sai Ming asked, puzzled. If I don't go outside, am I going to wait for them to come in and kill me and take everything? No wonder you were assigned here. With your IQ, you can't do anything else. Zichen sneered. Yes, Sai Ming, if this little brother goes out, no one will pay attention to him, and once the people of the barbarian Bull village rush in, they'll be empty-handed. At that time, there will be no return. Liu Xiongchuan timely said. Sai Ming lowered his head, feeling that he was really stupid today. He was despised by an early-stage flight evasion expert, and he had no room to refute. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Why don't you kill the enemy with everyone? Do you really want to wait for them to die? With a good eloquence, Zichen appeared in the mine with all the people guarding the origin stones. They walked out of the mine and killed the people of the barbarian Bull village. Zichen also said that he wanted to kill the enemy. His whole body emitted a bright golden light, and his fighting spirit rose, which scared the others. Chapter 433. The dazzling golden light around Zichen slowly receded. He was rich, and no one would let him take the risk. Moreover, he was only at the early Zephyr realm. It was almost negligible here. He would just be throwing his life away if he went up. Sigh. I really can't accept watching my brothers die one by one. I really want to go up and kill them. Zichen clenched his teeth. Little brother, we know you're righteous, but you must restrain yourself. You just need to protect the primal stones and Deluo silver crystals. A late Zephyr realm expert wiped his cold sweat. At this moment, several people surrounded Zichen in a relatively hidden place to watch the battle. Zichen would occasionally erupt with golden light, and his battle-intent soared. He looked like he was about to fight, and they all tried to persuade him to stop. But they were all thinking, with your strength, let alone killing the enemy, you'll be killed in a single exchange. It doesn't matter if you die, but if you lose your things, it'll be over. Now, all they had to do was wait for the battle to end and then reward him. In the sky, the battle had already reached its climax. The Zephyrs of the two factions had already gone completely crazy. The void healed and shattered, repeating itself over and over again. This time, the barbarian Bull stronghold had lost the Deluo silver crystals. This was a great crime. When the primal core old monster returned, he would definitely show his might. No one could take this responsibility, so they had to take it back. As for the setting sun mountain, they were also forced into a dead end. If they couldn't retreat now, then not only would they lose the Deluo silver crystals they had spent so much to snatch, but they would also lose the primal stone mine. They couldn't bear such a loss. Thus, both sides were fighting with true fury. Rumbling sounds rang out like thousands of thunderbolts. They can't really be going to die together, right? Looking at the battle in the sky, Zichen couldn't help but think. If they really were going to die together, then this many Zephyrs represented over 1,000 spirit rings. This made Zichen's heart burn, but he was just thinking about it. He couldn't really be that greedy. This time, He had obtained the great Luo silver crystal and many primordial stones. It could be said to be a bountiful harvest. Zichen was already satisfied. Regardless of whether it was the barbarian bull stronghold or the setting sun mountain, these two great powers both had many original Dan-old monsters. If they suddenly returned, Zichen would be dead for sure. In the sky, the fierce battle continued. Zichen's real body was sent flying thousands of meters away after clashing with someone's palm. He landed in a large forest. You're just at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, yet you dare to fight me head-on. You're simply courting death. The expert at the late stage of the Zephyr realm laughed, but then, a gorgeous attack drowned him. I'm coming to the market. Pill soldier, I'm coming. After landing on the ground, Zichen was completely unscathed. After carefully advancing for several kilometers, he transformed into a streak of golden light and left. He headed straight for the city square, not intending to stay any longer. As for his clone, he was still shouting and yelling, wanting to avenge his brothers. A group of people flew into the air, wiping off their cold sweat as they tried to persuade the clone. After Zichen left, he did not let the clone dissipate, so the fierce battle continued for a long time. I say, little brother, don't make trouble. Just stay here and watch the battle. Our setting sun mountain will win. Liu Xiongquan tried to persuade him again and again. But in the next moment, his eyes and mouth widened as he stared blankly at Zichen. He saw that the latter's previously solid figure was slowly dissipating at this moment. What's going on? What's going on? Liu Xiongquan's face changed dramatically. His face was full of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? The others turned their heads and saw that Zichen was disappearing. They were also shocked. Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? Little brother, why did you disappear? Don't scare us. Seeing Zichen disappear into thin air, several people in the Zephyr realm were pale and their faces were ashen. At this moment, the fierce battle in the sky was still going on. Both sides had already reached a point where they would not rest until one side was dead. The leaders' eyes were red, and they had all sunk into madness. Senior, this is bad. That little brother who obtained the Deluo silver crystal has suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a shocked cry resounded through the entire battlefield. The matter of the Deluo silver crystal naturally attracted everyone's attention. Following that cry, everyone turned their heads, causing the battle to pause for a moment. What? Luo Sen's expression changed as he looked down. He had already gone crazy from the battle, but when he heard that, he instantly sobered up. That little brother who obtained the Deluo silver crystal suddenly disappeared like a phantom, said the expert guarding Zichen. The shock on his face did not fade for a long time. Disappeared? How could he have disappeared? Everyone was stunned, and their overflowing killing intent was somewhat restrained. Is he a ghost? How could he suddenly disappear? Luo Sen's eyes shone with a cold light. We don't know either. We just watched as he disappeared. The few of them felt wronged, and their hearts were filled with fear. They had originally thought that they could get some merit by following the other party, but now, not only was their merit gone, but their lives were also in danger. Everyone, don't stop. Continue to kill. Luo Sen, you still want to play tricks in front of me? Let me tell you, it's useless. Kill everyone here for me. Pu Meng's face was filled with ridicule as killing intent surged around him. I'm not lying. He really disappeared. The few sky warriors felt like dying. Everyone, stop. Tell me what's going on. Luo Sen signaled for everyone to stop. His figure swooped down from the sky, his cold gaze sweeping over them. He's gone. His body that was still solid before is slowly dissipating. We watched as he turned into nothingness. Page, you're lying. He's one of you. How could he suddenly disappear? Furthermore, he's not a ghost. Seeing Luo Sen's serious expression, Pu Meng also signaled for everyone to stop fighting. We didn't even know him before this. The few of them felt wronged, and were unable to explain themselves. If you didn't know him, then why did you call him little brother and protect him? Who are you trying to fool? Lord Pu Meng, we really didn't know him. We were all fooled. Not only did that brat snatch the great Luo silver crystal, He even cheated all the yuan stones in the mine. The few of them sounded like they were about to cry. What's going on? Why is it related to the yuan stones? Luo Sen was about to enter a state of rage. Speak. Tell me what's going on. If you dare to lie, I'll kill you. Pu Meng said coldly. The few sky warriors nodded, and then trembled as they recounted what happened. Are all of you pigs? You let him take away all the yuan stones just because he said a few words. Luo Sen roared, almost vomiting blood from anger. The group of sky warriors was trembling with fear. They lowered their heads, not daring to speak again. Luo Sen's roar lasted for a quarter of an hour before it slowly subsided. Have none of you seen that brat before? Suppressing his anger, Luo Sen looked around coldly, his chest heaving up and down. No. Everyone shook their heads as he looked around. Damn it. Who is it that came to our setting sun mountain to fish in troubled waters? If I find him, I'll cut him into pieces. Luo Sen roared once more, his voice shaking the heavens. Luo Sen, this isn't a scheme of yours, is it? You deliberately made us think that you didn't get anything? Pu Meng looked at Luo Sen skeptically. When he got the great Luo silver crystal, which one of you made a move? Luo Sen ignored Pu Meng and continued asking. No one made a move. When we saw him, he already had the great Luo silver crystal. We mistakenly thought that he was one of us, so we escorted him out, said someone. Impossible. He's just an early-stage sky warrior. How could he kill 6 sky warriors? And one of them was even a late-stage sky warrior. Someone from the barbarian bull stronghold exclaimed. There's something strange about that brat. At this moment, everyone sensed that something was wrong. He only suffered some minor injuries in the midst of those destructive attacks, and he was very fast. He barged into the mineral vein alone and even ran into the depths. During this period, there were many people who flew into the air, but they were all killed in one strike. Everyone raised their doubts. At this moment, someone whispered in Pu Meng's ear. Could it be him? Pu Meng's expression changed as he recalled the scene he saw when he came. A dozen sky warriors from the barbarian bull stronghold were all killed in one blow. Could it be that no one asked him what his name is? Luo Sen's gaze swept around. He said his name is Virtuous. A weak voice sounded. Virtuous. Everyone was startled. What a strange name. Could it be him? The Virtuous itinerant. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The Virtuous itinerant. He's only an early-stage sky warrior, but is said to be invincible in the sky warrior realm. Before this, he had already caused many forces to suffer great losses. Everyone had heard of the Virtuous itinerant. He had only appeared recently, but he was said to be invincible in the sky warrior realm. His young, wears a daoist robe, is surrounded by golden light, and has extremely fast footwork. He's only an early-stage sky warrior, but he can kill a late-stage sky warrior. Who else could it be but him? On this day, Luo Sen repeatedly roared. The Sunset Mountain and the barbarian bull stronghold were actually tricked by the Virtuous itinerant. Not only did they suffer great losses in the sky warrior realm, but they also lost their resources. As soon as this news spread, it caused an uproar among many forces. Moreover, the Virtuous itinerant's reputation was even more resounding. As the two overlords, they naturally couldn't just let it go after suffering such a great loss. Thus, one after another, they issued high rewards to find the Virtuous itinerant's traces. Virtuous itinerant, the barbarian bull stronghold will never coexist with you. The Sunset Mountain will never rest until one of us is dead. In the end, the two forces stopped fighting. They had suffered great losses, but they hadn't gained anything. Their hatred for the Virtuous itinerant had reached the extreme. After Zichen left, he changed his original appearance. Clearly, the Virtuous itinerant had attracted enough hatred, so it wasn't appropriate for him to show his face again. He didn't waste any more time and hurried on his way. Half a month later, he finally followed the map and arrived at the market that the monk had mentioned. Chapter 434. The market was located in an open space, covering a large area and surrounded by mountains. This was a relatively large market, and there were many cultivators coming in and out, but most of them were in groups of 3 to 5. There were very few who came alone like Zichen. Zichen's appearance alone attracted a lot of attention, but they only glanced at him and were a little surprised. There were also some medium-sized forces in the vicinity that were close to the market. Occasionally, there would be some who came alone, so the crowd did not find it strange. No one knew that this was a person who had come alone from the outer regions and fought for several months to reach this place. Along the way, Zichen had experienced countless battles, big and small. He knew very well how dangerous this journey was. Normally, it would be impossible for him to reach this place by flying alone. Outside the market, there were flying realm experts guarding. After paying 100 yuan stones, Zichen smoothly entered. Selling buns, big, fragrant and cheap buns, only 500 yuan stones. Big and sweet sugar-coated haws, super cheap, 800 yuan stones for a skewer. Barbecue wings, selling barbecue wings, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, free if not delicious. As soon as Zichen entered, he heard the sounds of hawking. He was startled, feeling as if he had come to a city. Although this was a market, it was no different from a city. There were inns, restaurants, and all kinds of places. The only difference between this place and the city was that there were no mortals here. Everyone was a cultivator. Even the peddlers were all powerhouses who could fly. Fighting was prohibited in the market, and it could be considered a rare pure land in the chaotic lands. In order to maintain this pure land, in addition to strong martial power, one also needed a large amount of yuan stones. The prices here were high. Even sugar-coated haws cost a few hundred yuan stones, and a skewer of barbecue wings cost 1,000 yuan stones. It was said that the wings of a demon bird were very delicious. The only thing that could be considered cheap was the 100 yuan stones required to enter the market. From the outer regions to here, Zichen had traveled for several months. Along the way, he had fought countless fierce battles, and his mind was exhausted. Now that he had arrived here, there were no more battles, no more killing, and he could finally relax. As a result, he allowed himself to indulge for a day. He brought the devil ape to eat and drink in such an unbridled manner. Primordial stones flowed out like water, attracting the sidelong glances of many people in the city. The man and the ape ate until the sky was about to turn dark, and they could no longer eat anything by themselves. Only then did they walk into a high-end inn. The inn provided both food and lodging. At this moment, there were many cultivators eating there, and almost all of them were in the late stage of the flight-piercing realm. The owner of the inn was a butterball. His eyes were very small, and he exuded the aura of a businessman. "Little friend, are you looking for a meal or a place to stay?" The innkeeper smiled like a businessman. "Lodging. How much for one day?" Zichen asked. When Butterball told Zichen the price, even though he had robbed a lot of wealth along the way and was as rich as a tycoon, he was still stunned. Ordinary rooms cost 5,000 yuan stones a night, medium rooms cost 10,000 yuan a day. Other than that, there were also high-class rooms that cost 20 to 30,000 yuan a day, and luxurious rooms cost 50,000 yuan a day. This is simply daylight robbery. Zichen could not help but click his tongue. Along the way, he had killed many flight-piercing realm cultivators, and many of them did not have 50,000 yuan stones in their spiritual rings. However, staying here for a day would cost him 50,000 yuan stones. Seeing Zichen's expression, Butterball laughed. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. "I'm being looked down upon." Zichen was furious. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind, "Fine, I'll stay for 50,000 yuan then." Since he had decided to indulge, he would go all the way. "What? 50,000 yuan?" Butterball was a little surprised, and the smile on his face disappeared. "That's right, 50,000 yuan." Seeing Butterball's reaction, Zichen could not help but feel a sense of relief. "I'm sorry about that, but this room has been reserved in advance." Butterball's expression was extremely awkward. "What? Reserved? Didn't you say you had it before? Did you deliberately say that because I can't afford it?" Zichen frowned and raised his voice in dissatisfaction. This, 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 Zi Chen was shocked. There was indeed a tycoon who reserved it 10 days ago, and the person had not arrived yet. In other words, the other party had wasted 500,000 yuan stones. I'm sorry, young friend. I'm getting old, and my memory isn't very good. Although I don't have a 50,000 yuan luxury room, I still have a 30,000 yuan one. This is not bad either. The spiritual qi in the room is 5 times that of the outside world, and it's fully equipped. Butterball explained. Since you don't have a 50,000 yuan one, give me a 5,000 yuan one. Zi Chen looked disappointed. Ah. The smile on Butterball's face froze again. 50,000 yuan to 5,000 yuan, the contrast before and after was too big. If you want to stay, stay in the best. Since you don't have it, choose the worst. Zi Chen raised his head and said proudly. After that, he ignored Butterball's frozen and stunned expression and gave him 50,000 yuan stones for 10 days. The yuan stones had been placed in front of him. Butterball had nothing to say. He could only call a service staff to take Zi Chen to the accommodation. This little guy, is he deliberately annoying me? Looking at Zi Chen's disappearing back, Butterball shook his head and gently rubbed his back. Didn't the young master say that he would arrive in a few days? Why hasn't he appeared yet? I've been standing here for a few days. If he doesn't come, my old bones won't be able to bear it. After Zi Chen left, many people in the hall looked sideways and talked about it. Where did this kid come from? He's just at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, but he wants to stay in a 50,000 yuan room. I think he deliberately said that to pretend to be a wolf, but in the end, he still stayed in a room of 5,000 yuan. Whether it's intentional or not, a mere early stage of the Zephyr realm can stay in a room of 5,000 yuan. It's not ordinary. After Zi Chen left, everyone was talking about it. Those who could appear here were not ordinary people. Almost all of them were at the late stage of the Zephyr realm. But even they did not have the courage to stay in a room of 50,000 yuan. The more expensive the room, the richer the heaven and earth spirit qi in it. Among them, 50,000 yuan was more than 10 times the outside world. Even if it was an ordinary room of 5,000 yuan, the heaven and earth spirit qi was extremely rich. The room was very big and worth the money. However, Zi Chen did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a comfortable sleep. The next day, early in the morning, after eating the prepared snacks, Zi Chen left the inn. Today, he was going to walk around the market to find what he needed. Zi Chen inquired that there was a private trading place in the south of the market. One could enter after paying enough yuan stones. After paying the entrance fee of 100 yuan stones, Zi Chen strode in. After that, he saw a dazzling array of items. These items emitted a gorgeous light that captured one's soul. Rich spirit qi filled the trading place. There were many wondrous items here, as well as spirit medicines and all sorts of refining materials. There was a wide variety of items, and almost everything could be found here. At the moment, there were quite a few cultivators picking and choosing, then haggling over the price. It was like a market for mortals, bustling with activity. However, Zi Chen's gaze swept across, and his face could not help but be a little disappointed. There were many refining materials here, but they were all used to refine spirit weapons. They were not of much use to him. Some of the spirit herbs were even outrageously expensive. Even Zi Chen, who was comparable to a nouveau riche, could not accept it. Moreover, the strange items mentioned by the introducer before, as Zi Chen's powerful spiritual sense swept through, his nose almost became crooked from anger. They were all fake. After glancing around and not finding anything suitable for him, Zi Chen turned around and left. It seems that I can only look for those big trading places. Before coming here, Zi Chen was filled with anticipation after hearing the introducer's words. He thought that he would be able to find some rare items, but who would have thought that after looking around, there was not a single item that caught his eye. Most of the rare items were fakes. Hey, you came out so quickly. As soon as Zi Chen appeared, a thin man in the air greeted Zi Chen. You liar, what strange items. It's all junk. Give me back 100 yuan stones. Seeing the other party, Zichen glared. He was the one who introduced him before. Impossible, you are only in the early stage of the Zephyr Air realm. It is impossible that there is nothing you can use. Is your vision too high? The introducer was in the middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. Cut the crap, there is nothing I want in this place. Introduce me to a bigger trading place. Zichen said in a bad mood. Then let's go to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It is said that there are thousands of treasures in it. It is in the center of the market, the tallest and biggest building. It's just that the things inside are relatively more expensive. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm said. In the center of the market, there is a huge trading place called the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It is said that it was built by the owner of the market. Although it is not said that there are thousands of treasures, it is relatively complete. Occasionally, there will be auctions, and once in a while, there will be alchemy weapons. After listening to the introducer, Zichen directly gave him 100 yuan stones and went straight to the central trading place. Hey, since you are so generous, I will tell you a piece of news for free. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm stopped Zichen. Someone is eyeing you, fat sheep, be careful. Zichen turned his head and suddenly smiled. Aren't you eyeing me too? The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm was slightly startled. Zichen had already left, but his words echoed in his ears. I like the name of fat sheep, I like others to call me a local tyrant. Local tyrant. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm was startled and didn't understand. Hey, that one doesn't count. I will give you another one for free. There will be a fairy coming to our market in a few days. It is said that she is as beautiful as a fairy. She is a real fairy who has descended to the mortal world. Don't be in a hurry to leave and miss the chance to see the fairy's peerless face. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm shouted at Zichen's disappearing back. The 10,000 treasure pavilion, the largest trading place in this market. As soon as he arrived, Zichen saw many late stage of the Zephyr Air realm going in and out. Their faces were full of joy. Obviously, they had a harvest. It was indeed a big trading place. The things here had been clearly classified. Spiritual medicine, weapons, pills, refining materials, and so on were all neatly placed. Chapter 435. Zichen walked up and slowly inspected the items. Looking at the labels, his eyes occasionally flashed with surprise. There's even a defensive spirit weapon. It's a battle armor, but it's useless to me. Furthermore, the price is too expensive. It actually costs 1,000,000 yuan stones. Why don't I just rob someone? There's also a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. But the price is too high. Isn't this 100,000-year-old spirit medicine? There's also this refining material. Are you sure it's not a great Luo silver crystal? As he passed by each item, Zichen couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when he saw the prices. The items here weren't just expensive, they were ridiculously expensive. Even a tycoon like him might not be able to accept all of them. Looking around, there were indeed many items here, but the people who could buy them were few and far between. This is a Yuanli pill. It actually costs 10,000 yuan stones. Are you sure this is a Yuanli pill? Seeing the price, Zichen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He now had a clearer understanding of the prices here. A mere Yuanli pill would only cost a dozen yuan stones in a barbaric land. But here, it was 10,000 yuan stones. The difference was like heaven and earth. This is a mid-grade Yuanli pill. It's not something a normal Yuanli pill can compare to. After the introduction, the staff poured out a pill from a porcelain bottle and wrapped it in energy. They placed it in front of Zichen for him to inspect. This was a dark green pill. Even though it was wrapped in energy, Zichen could feel that it contained extremely dense yuan energy. It was far from something a normal Yuanli pill could compare to. Many people use this to cultivate. It's half the work and twice the result. Zichen's spiritual sense spread out. He repeatedly nodded, his eyes filled with amazement. This was indeed not a normal Yuanli pill. It was many times higher than a normal Yuanli pill. It could be said that it was worth the money. Country bumpkin, You haven't even seen a mid-grade Yuanli pill before. What kind of dog's hit luck do you have to actually come to this city square alive? At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. 4 people walked in. Each of them was tall and sturdy, emitting a dense baleful aura. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen retracted his spiritual perception from the essence force pill and turned to look at the 4 of them. From the dense murderous aura on their bodies, he could tell that they had killed many people and were not to be trifled with. Kid, what are you looking at? This is the first time you've seen this kind of high-class goods. Haha, 10,000 primordial stones for one, this is a real luxury. You're only at the early stage of Zephyr Realm, so you can only look at it to satisfy your cravings. One of them laughed loudly, his voice was very loud, shaking people's ears. After that, the 4 of them walked to the counter and shouted as if there was no one else around, "Come, give us 4 bottles of this luxury item." Each bottle had 10 pills, so 4 bottles would be 40 pills. The price was 400,000 source stones, and there was no discount. After taking away the 400,000 source stones, the waiter took out 4 bottles of pills. The 4 of them each took a bottle. After taking away the essence energy pills, they glanced at Zi Chen with disdain. "Country bumpkin, you must have just arrived. This is the treasure pavilion. Open your eyes wide and look at who these people are. Do you think you can just casually come in when you're merely in the early stage of the flight evasion realm? You haven't even seen essence energy pills before. Is there anything you can afford here? The price of any one of the things here can scare you to death. You better leave quickly." When they saw that Zi Chen did not leave and was preparing to leave, they ridiculed him again and again. Originally, he did not plan to pay attention to these people, but unexpectedly, they were not done. The unpleasant and harsh words made Zi Chen frown uncontrollably, and a cold expression appeared on his face. "What, kid, you dare to frown in front of us? Do you want to die? Do you believe that we can take your life with just a breath right now?" The 4 of them were tall, and all of them stared at Yi Ling Chen with their eyes wide open. Originally, they were going to take the source stones and leave, but they did not expect that a mere Zephyr Realm cultivator dared to give them a look. These are the 4 cave masters of the Longtan Cave. They are very strong, and it is said that the 4 of them are blood brothers. They know a kind of joint attack technique, and there are few who can match them in Zephyr Realm. It's them. The 4 of them are infamous, and they have many strong subordinates. This kid has offended them. He's finished. The Longtan Cave is known for Zephyr Realm over 1,000, and when the 4 of them work together, they are the best among all the cave masters. As long as this kid walks out of the market, he will definitely die. Around them, some people recognized the 4 of them, and their expressions changed as they discussed in low voices. When the 4 cave masters heard this, their faces were filled with endless pride, and they looked down on Zi Chen even more arrogantly. The 4 cave masters of the Longtan Cave, huh? Zephyr Realm over 1,000, huh? Zi Chen glanced at the 4 of them, and his face became very gloomy. "That's right, kid. Offending us is the day you die. Now that we are in a good mood, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake. Maybe we can forgive you. We just killed a fat sheep and got 400,000 source stones. We are in a good mood. Kowtow a few hundred times and call us grandpa a few hundred times. Then, we will forgive your ignorance." The 4 of them looked at Zi Chen, and all of them laughed evilly. A mere 400,000 source stones can make you 4 idiots in a good mood. Zi Chen laughed disdainfully, and said coldly, "You are really despicable. Kid, you are courting death. You, a kid who has never even seen a Yuanli pill, dare to talk to us like this. Are you tired of living?" Killing intent flashed in their eyes, but they did not make a move. The market had a rule against fighting, and even the Dan Yuan old monster did not dare to violate it, let alone them. Even though the 4 of them were furious and wanted to cut Zi Chen into pieces, they did not dare to casually make a move. They could only suppress their anger. One of them said sarcastically, "It's not that we want to criticize you, but you are just a poor beginner in the Zephyr Realm. Do you know how much 400,000 source stones is? It will scare you to death. Plus, a luxury item like Yuanli pills is not something a beginner in the Zephyr Realm like you can use. As for you, You should go to other small places and find some trash. Facing the sarcasm, Zichen only smiled and said, I am indeed a poor man. I don't know how much 400,000 source stones is. Haha, you finally admit it. Pauper, get lost. This is not a place you can come. The four of them laughed evilly. Zichen disdainfully glanced at the four of them, then turned to the waiter and said, These Yuanli pills look good to me. Give me 100 bottles. What? Hearing Zichen's number, the waiter was shocked and looked at Zichen in disbelief. 100 bottles of Yuanli pills. Why? Don't you have any here? 100 bottles, each bottle has 10 pills. That's 1,000 pills. That's 10 million source stones. The waiter's face was full of embarrassment. In his opinion, Yi Lingchen only said such a number because he was angry with the four of them. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators all shook their heads. They all thought Zichen was angry. 100 bottles of Yuanli pills would cost 10 million source stones. That was a number that even a late Zephyr Realm cultivator would look up to, let alone an early Zephyr Realm cultivator. Country bumpkin, are you stupid? 100 bottles of Yuanli pills? Do you know what you're saying? 10 million source stones? Even if you sold yourself, it wouldn't be enough. When the four of them heard Zichen's words, they laughed even louder, the disdain in their eyes growing. What? Why aren't you moving? Could it be that your shop doesn't have 100 bottles of Yuanli pills? Zichen ignored the four of them and looked at the waiter. We do, but... The waiter hesitated. Beside them, many people showed dissatisfied expressions. They thought Zichen was really being pretentious. Being angry like this was simply a slap in the face. He didn't give it to you because he was leaving you with some face. Brat, if you can take out 10 million source stones, the four of us can buy this 10,000 treasure pavilion. What shameless boasting. You dare say 100 bottles of Yuanli pills is 10? They were still laughing sinisterly, but soon, their laughter came to an abrupt stop. It was as if someone had choked their necks. Do you think this is enough? Zichen waved his hand, and a large amount of source stones appeared in a flash of golden light. There were at least 10 million of them, and they were very dazzling. A large pile of prime-val stones appeared in front of him. The service staff was stunned. He nodded subconsciously. Enough, enough. The surrounding cultivators were even more dumbfounded. He really took out 10 million source stones. He wasn't just being angry, he really did have the money. As for the four of them, seeing the dazzling source stones, they felt that it was incomparably dazzling. This was simply a slap in the face. Before, they had said that this person was poor, and that buying Yuanli pills was a luxury item. But now, this person had taken out 10 million source stones without batting an eyelid. A young man in the early phase of the Zephyr realm actually took out 10 million primordial stones in one go. Such a large amount of primordial stones was truly shocking. Greed flickered in the depths of their eyes, but it was suppressed very well. The waiter quickly left. After a while, he came out with a spirit ring and respectfully handed it to Zichen. Zichen scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were 100 bottles of Yuanli pills. He immediately took out a bottle, poured out a pill and threw it into his mouth. He directly ate it as if he was chewing candy. It's really a luxury item. It melts in the mouth and it's full of spirit qi. Even a poor person like me has learned something today. Zichen smacked his lips. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. He actually ate Yuanli pills as if they were candy. One must know that this thing was used to refine energy. If he casually swallowed it and did not refine it immediately, the Yuanli inside it would be lost. The four of them were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was a real slap in the face. The four of them bought 4 bottles and acted like they were rich. But this person bought 100 bottles in one go. And before this, one of them even said that if this person could take out 10 million source stones, he would shamelessly buy the whole 1,000 treasure pavilion. The show is over. You 4 idiots still don't get lost. Do you want to guard the door here? Just when the 4 of them were hesitating, Zichen's cold voice sounded again. Chapter 436. Because of last night's high profile, Zichen had been targeted since he walked out of the inn early in the morning. The peddler who sold information earlier was one of them, and now the 4 cave masters were also one of them. Obviously, there were others in the dark. Everyone thought of him as a fat sheep. Now that the 4 cave masters had appeared, they were here to test him. Now, Chen had thrown out 10 million primordial stones without batting an eyelid, which shocked many people. Everyone's eyes flickered. In their hearts, they had already considered this ignorant early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. And Chen seemed to have guessed it. He said indifferently, "I don't like the name fat sheep. You can call me Nouveau Riche." Nouveau Riche. Everyone remembered this strange name, but in their hearts, they thought, who cares if you're a Nouveau Riche or a fat sheep, as long as you walk out of this market, you'll die. The show is over, and the goal has been achieved. Are you still not going to scram? Chen looked at the 4 and asked again in a cold voice. Kid, you're courting death. You dare to talk to us like that, are you courting death? The 4's faces were ashen, and cold light flickered in their eyes. If you have the guts to fight, then do it quickly. I can beat the 4 of you with one hand. If you don't, then scram immediately. Don't be an eyesore. Chen's voice was cold, and he no longer had any scruples. As long as it wasn't Dan Yuan old monster, no matter how many Zephyr realm cultivators came, they would all die. Kid, just you wait. Cold light flickered in the 4's eyes, and their expressions kept changing. But in the end, they did not make a move. They glared at Chen fiercely, left behind some words, and turned to leave. Not to mention the 4 of them, even if the entire Black Dragon pool came, they would not dare to make a move here. In addition to the many late-stage Zephyr realm cultivators guarding this market, it also represented a super powerful force in the depths of the Bedlam lands. That was a true colossus, not something a mere Black Dragon pool dared to provoke. However, in the 4's hearts, Chen was already a dead man, a thoroughly dead man. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment after he shouted at the 4 infamous cave masters. Chen glanced at the crowd coldly. There were at least 3 people who had been following him for the entire morning. Chen didn't leave. He walked around the hall and didn't find anything useful. Then, he went up to the 2nd floor. There were also many goods on the 2nd floor. Although all of them were of high quality, they were all used in the air and were of little use to Chen. After that was the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and all the way to the top floor. There was nothing for sale on the top floor, and some of the cultivators were not here to buy anything, but to exchange for primordial stones. In the market, in addition to using primeval stones to buy things, one could also use them to exchange for primeval stones. This was one of the main reasons why Chen came to the market. A piece of high-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for 100 pieces of middle-grade primordial stones, while a low-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for 10,000 pieces of primordial stones. Of course, no one would be willing to exchange for primordial stones. However, this kind of exchange method was almost non-existent. No one would be so stupid as to not use high-grade primordial stones and exchange them for low-grade primordial stones. Conversely, there were many low-grade primordial stones that could be exchanged for mid-grade or high-grade primordial stones. At this moment, in front of Chen, there was an exchange map. 200 primordial stone fragments for 1 low-grade primordial stone, 180 low-grade primordial stones for 1 mid-grade primordial stone, and 150 mid-grade primordial stones for 1 high-grade primordial stone. In other words, if Chen wanted to exchange for a high-grade primordial stone, he would need to use 27,000 low-grade primordial stones. This was 17,000 more than the normal exchange rate, almost twice the amount. Chen clicked his tongue. Once again, he understood the darkness of the market. Compared to the exchange rate, simply using low-grade primordial stones to buy things was more cost-effective. Old man, I want to ask if there are any elixir weapons for sale here. Beside the exchange map, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. He was the one who exchanged primordial stones. Obviously, his identity was not ordinary. Chen had walked around the entire treasure pavilion, but he didn't find any elixir weapons. Elixir weapons. The old man raised his eyelids and glanced at Chen. Then, he closed his eyes again and slowly said, "Yes, 100 million primordial stones." Really? Zichen's eyes lit up, and his breathing became rapid. This time, the old man opened his eyes and seriously looked at Zichen. He said, "The auction in 10 days starts at 100 million. Then, he threw an invitation card to Zichen and closed his eyes again. "Thank you, senior." Zichen put away the invitation card and thanked him respectfully. Although he was slightly disappointed, at least he had a direction. Early stage of the Zephyr realm, he has enough primordial stones to buy elixir weapons. What's the background of this little guy? As soon as Zichen left, the old man opened his eyes. Walking down the stairs, Zichen felt a pair of unfriendly eyes. When he walked out of the treasure pavilion, there were many cultivators outside. As soon as he appeared, many pairs of eyes looked at him. "This is the fat sheep." "Yes, but he said he doesn't like the name fat sheep. He asked us to call him Tycoon." Tycoon, what a strange name. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Everyone did not shy away from the topic and just talked about it besides Zichen. Zichen furrowed his brows and walked away. "Brat, you are the fat sheep. Quickly hand over the primordial stones on you and this lord can spare your life. Otherwise, this lord's giant hammer will smash your head." Suddenly, a big man jumped out from the crowd. His face was full of whiskers. He held 2 giant hammers in his hands and waved them left and right. His face was full of muscles, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He stared fiercely at Zichen, and his mouth was full of yellow teeth. "Idiot, scram." Zichen furrowed his brows when he saw the giant hammer dancing in front of him and the extremely ugly appearance of the burly man. Then, he angrily roared, "Stop it." The burly man, who had intended to scare Zichen, was stunned by Zichen's words. "Are you an idiot, or are you deaf? Can't you hear this lord telling you to scram?" His voice was even louder this time. This big man had suddenly appeared to block the path. He was clearly just looking to be scolded. Even though quite a few people recognized him, they could not hide the fact that he was being scolded. "Idiot, idiot." Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the big man was scolded to the point that he was about to die. Smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, and he was about to die. Heavens, is this really Wu Liufeng's Black Tiger Peak Master? He's actually being scolded to such an extent. He's even smoking from being scolded. Where did this brat come from? First, he scolded the 4 heads of the Black Dragon Pool, and now he's even scolded Wu Liufeng's Black Tiger Peak Master. At this moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. The Black Tiger Peak Master was already fuming with anger. He wanted nothing more than to skin the other person alive, but he was enduring it. Even though his veins were bulging and his eyes were red, he did not attack. As for Zichen, he flipped his hand and took out a water skin. He began to drink in large mouthfuls. Everyone felt like they were about to faint. Was this scolding? $%. After drinking the water, Zichen continued to curse. His loud voice and the fact that he did not repeat his cursing caused everyone to be dumbfounded. In the end, the Black Tiger Peak Master could no longer endure it. He roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Then, black smoke surged out of his body as he ran out of the city square. "Brat, just you wait." His figure had already disappeared. The Black Tiger Peak Master's voice rang out in the distance. His opponent had actually been scolded away. Is there anyone else who wants to be scolded? Zichen drank in large mouthfuls of water. Ignoring the water stains on his body, he looked around with an extremely provocative gaze. Everyone avoided Zichen's eyes. Even the Peak Master of Black Tiger Peak had been scolded to the point that he was fuming with anger. Who would dare to cause trouble for no reason? In the marketplace, where fighting was prohibited, any provocation from the crowd would only be inviting humiliation. Everyone did not want to follow in Black Tiger's footsteps. One by one, they retreated. Zichen strode forward like a general who had returned victorious. At this moment, a series of exclamations rang out. "Look, it's the fairy. The fairy is finally here. Oh my God, I actually saw the fairy." After the exclamations, everyone rushed forward in a hurry. At this moment, no one cared about Zichen anymore. Everyone was looking at the fairy. Chen also subconsciously raised his head. He saw a hazy figure appear in the sky. Her body was emitting a soft glow like moonlight. She was hazy and mysterious. It's Fairy Yu. Fairy Yu came to our city square 2 years ago. I didn't expect Fairy Yu to appear again 2 years later. It was a woman in white. She had a graceful figure, like a fairy. She flew over from the sky, causing a commotion. As the hazy moonlight surged around her, one could vaguely see her peerless beauty. Her face was like jade, white and delicate. It could be said that she was delicate and delicate. The cultivators below let out a series of exclamations. They all seemed to have gone crazy. It's her. However, Chen frowned. This was because he recognized Fairy Yu. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Moreover, she was even more beautiful than before after more than 2 years. However, Chen did not understand why so many cultivators were so infatuated with her. One had to know that for many cultivators, becoming powerful was their life's goal. As for beauty, it was not everything to a cultivator. At this moment, everyone in the sky was so infatuated with this fairy. It was clearly a little unexpected. Fairy Yu did not appear alone. However, her appearance overshadowed everyone else's brilliance. As a result, everyone else became a foil to her. Even the most handsome young prodigy among them was nothing more than a foil. Everyone only had eyes for Yu Xianzi. The group of people descended from the sky into the city square. They did not encounter any obstacles. Then, ignoring the cheers, they walked toward the most luxurious inn in the city square. Many people chased after them, wanting to see the fairy's elegance. Chen, on the other hand, shook his head and walked in the opposite direction. Fairy Yu is really here. She has appeared again after 2 years. Is she here to patrol her city square? What's there to patrol? She must be here to have fun. As Chen wandered around the market, he actually heard a piece of news that made him extremely shocked. This city square belonged to Fairy Yu. She was a direct disciple of a super powerful force in the depths of the Bedlam lands. How could this be? Chen frowned again. Chapter 437. Following Yu Xianzi's arrival, all the cultivators in the market began to talk about her. Everyone had a fanatical look on their faces. If Fairy could bring me back, I'd be happy even if I could be a guard. Phut, you want to be a guard with your looks. You're not even fit to be a servant. I'd rather be a servant for Fairy. Being the Fairy's servant? You're dreaming. Which of the Fairy's servants isn't someone with outstanding talent? You should just forget about it. Hearing the discussions, Chen finally understood the fanatical expressions of the cultivators in the air. In the end, it was still about resources. Following Yu Xianzi was equivalent to following a superpower. They would have endless resources in the future and would naturally be able to soar. Are you all mistaken? How could Yu Xianzi be a member of a superpower? Chen asked doubtfully. The Yu Xianzi in his memory was very different from the one now. It can't be wrong. 2 years ago, a superpower came personally and took Yu Xianzi away. I saw it with my own eyes. That's right, I saw it too. That's a real superpower. Many experts came. One cultivator after another swore that they had seen it with their own eyes. 2 years ago, Yu Xianzi had appeared out of nowhere in the market with 2 genius bodyguards. Her exceptional beauty had immediately caused a commotion, and everyone had taken her to be a celestial being. At that time, Fairy was injured, and the 2 genius guards were also heavily injured. Everyone mistook it for a training exercise. In the end, the 3 of them were too heavily injured. Helpless, they could only end the training early and expose their identities. After that, people from a superpower came and took Yu Xianzi and the 2 injured guards away. You don't know how big of a commotion it caused. The superpower brought more than 10 experts, all of whom were at the origin core realm. No, there were more than 20 of them. I saw it with my own eyes. The aura they emitted at that time made many people tremble. After that, Chen heard all kinds of versions. What was even more ridiculous was that someone said that they had seen more than 100 origin core realm old monsters appear. But no matter which version it was, there was no lack of envy towards the 2 guards. Clearly, They had gotten lucky and followed the right master. Since then, they had soared into the sky. 2 genius bodyguards. How talented are they? Are they very strong? A cultivator asked curiously. Of course they're strong. In fact, they're terrifyingly strong. At that time, both of them were only in the early phase of the Zephyr plane, but they were able to fight against the late phase of the Zephyr plane and remain undefeated. Their combat power is so strong that it's a mess. That's right. The 2 of them have the combat strength of geniuses and are able to fight above their level. Back then, they had a huge battle outside the city square. The 2 guards each have their own strengths. One is good at the Tao of assassination, while the other is good at the Tao of formations. Hearing this, Zichen's expression changed instantly. Then, he asked anxiously, "Then do you know the names of these 2 people?" "I seem to remember this before, but it's been a long time, so I can't remember," one of them said. "If you think about it carefully, you might be able to recall it." Zichen took out 100 source stones. This was the publicly recognized price of information in the market. "Let me think about it." The other party was clearly stunned when he saw the primordial stones. Zichen waved his hand and a pile of primordial stones appeared. There were at least 1,000 of them. He said, "Seeing them might make you feel better and you might be able to recall it." Seeing the primordial stones in front of him, the other party's eyes flashed. He was shocked by Zichen's generosity. He looked at Zichen carefully and said hesitantly, "You're that rich fat sheep." Rich fat sheep. This was Zichen's new nickname. In just one day, there was news about a rich fat sheep in the early stage of the Origin Core realm in the market. He was the Black Tiger Peak Master who repelled the 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool and scolded Wu Liufeng. At the same time, he threw out tens of millions of gold. He was a real fat sheep, but he liked others to call him rich. Thus, there was a rich fat sheep. "What? You're that rich fat sheep?" The others were also shocked and looked at Zichen in surprise. Rich fat sheep. Zichen was stunned. Then, he smiled. "That's a strange nickname, but I like it." "Oh my God, you really are that rich fat sheep." Hearing Zichen admit it, everyone was stunned. They couldn't connect this handsome and gentle young man in front of them with the famous rich fat sheep who repelled many fierce and famous people. "Rich fat sheep, let's be friends." The others quickly reacted. Zichen smiled. Then, he treated them to a roadside stall and ate a lot of barbecued chicken wings and barbecued meat. He ate until his mouth was full and he burped. "Rich fat sheep, seeing that you're so generous, I'll tell you this secret. This is a secret that I've buried for 2 years. I've never told anyone before. When Yu Xianzi first came to the market, I was the first to see her. I was stunned at that time. She's so beautiful," and Zichen interrupted him with a smile. "You can tell me the rest." At that time, I heard Fairy call out the names of the other 2 guards. I remember them very clearly. However, because I was too excited, I forgot them after remembering them. Now, my memory is even more blurry. You can think about it carefully. The other party burped. His mouth was filled with the taste of barbecued meat. He said, "When I was eating, I was thinking about it. I thought I had some ideas. There were some vague signs. I think one of them was called something like Peng, and the other was called something like Hao. I don't know whether it was Peng Hao, Hao Peng, or Tian. LV Peng, Zhong Hao Tian," Zichen said. "Yes, that's the name. How did you know?" The other party was stunned. He was clearly shocked. The others beside him also looked at Zichen in surprise. Zichen had already guessed it before. Now, he was even more certain. He asked, "You said that they were injured at that time?" "That's right. Their injuries were very serious. They were on the verge of death. Otherwise, Fairy Yu wouldn't have ended her training prematurely." Zichen nodded. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, "Thank you for telling me about today's matter. We'll meet again someday." After that, Zichen left a sum of source stones for the others. Then, he turned around and left. Clearly, if he wanted to know more about the 2 of them, he would have to ask Fairy Yu. "Tycoon Fat Antelope, where are you going?" the others asked. "I'm going to find Fairy Yu," Zichen replied. What? You're going to find Fairy Yu? Don't tell me you want to be her guard too. No, I want to talk to her about life's ideals. I want to admire the moon and the flowers, and spend a beautiful night with her. Zi Chen had already left. Only his voice echoed in the air. What? Hearing Zi Chen's words, everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at each other. One of them whispered, did he suddenly go crazy? Or was he provoked by something? He actually said such disgraceful words. I think Tycoon Fat Antelope must have been provoked by something. Then, he went crazy. Could those two guards be the source of his madness? Could they be friends of Tycoon Fat Antelope? Since he was able to call out their names, they must be friends. Tycoon Fat Antelope left in such a hurry to find Fairy Yu. He must be using his friends' names to ask for a guard position. That's right, that's right. Isn't it just LV Peng and Zhong Haotian? We'll remember them. They're also friends. We'll also go be guards for Fairy Yu. The others nodded in agreement. Are you all idiots? Didn't you hear what Tycoon Fat Antelope said? He's going to look for Fairy Yu to admire the moon and the flowers, and spend a beautiful night with her. He's courting death. What kind of guard is that? Indeed, he's courting death. Then let's go see if Tycoon Fat Antelope will die. I keep feeling that he's not ordinary. Night fell. The sky gradually darkened. By the time Zi Chen returned to the inn, it was already packed with people. Moreover, they were all gathered around the counter, holding bags of vitality stones in their hands. Beside the counter, Butterball's boss was covered in cold sweat. He explained over and over again that there were no more rooms. However, no one was willing to listen. Some people even began to raise the price. Thus, all kinds of bidding and arguments were heard. It was chaotic until Fairy Yu's appearance that everyone quieted down. At this moment, there was only a handsome young man following Fairy Yu. The others were nowhere to be seen. The young man had a faint smile on his face. He wore a spotless white robe and looked extremely scholarly. Walking side by side with Fairy Yu, the two did not look like a match at all. The two walked side by side. The crowd automatically parted as the two walked toward the counter. Young master. Butterball's boss bowed to the young man. This caused many people's expressions to change. Clearly, this young man was a direct descendant of a major power and had an extraordinary status. You've already reserved 2 luxurious rooms, right? The young man smiled elegantly. However, Zi Chen could clearly see a trace of arrogance in his eyes. He had seen this kind of arrogance in the eyes of many other freaks in the past. Ah! Butterball's boss hesitated. What is it? Young master, there's only 1 luxurious room left. The others are occupied by several special guests, said Butterball. He emphasized the word special. Oh, then that's fine. Fairy, you can stay in the luxurious room. I'll just stay in the normal room. The young man smiled. How can that be? Young Master Feng should stay in the luxurious room, said Fairy Yu. I'm really sorry. There's only 1 luxurious room left. The normal rooms are all gone. Butterball's boss was already covered in cold sweat. What's going on? Even the normal rooms are gone. The young man frowned. They were all gone yesterday. Moreover, these people are all waiting. Even the normal rooms have been increased to 30,000. The young man frowned. Displeasure appeared on his face. If it were anyone else staying in their own inn, they wouldn't be happy if they didn't have a room. Moreover, it was in front of a fairy. This kind of loss of face was even more displeasing. Butterball's boss's forehead was already covered in sweat. He looked at Fairy Yu with pleading eyes and said softly, actually, the luxurious rooms are very big. There are also several rooms inside. If it's just for 2 people, bastard, you're insulting Fairy Yu. Before the boss could finish speaking, the young man interrupted him and shouted, Fairy Yu is of high status. How can you speak nonsense here? Fairy Yu will stay in the luxurious room alone. I'll go find another room. But young master, the inn outside is already full because of Fairy Yu's arrival. Even if you go there, you won't have a place to stay. Butterball's boss was in a difficult position. He turned to Fairy Yu and said, Fairy Yu, there were 2 luxurious rooms before, but that guest, Butterball's boss, was in a difficult position. "We really don't have a choice. I hope, Fairy, you can forgive us. However, there are many individual rooms in our luxurious rooms. It's enough. Enough. Old servant, you're not doing your job well. How dare you beg, Fairy, you?" The young man was furious. Beside them, the crowd quietly watched this scene. Both sides had very special statuses. They couldn't afford to offend them. They had only come here for the position of a guard or servant. Therefore, even if they felt that something was wrong, they kept their mouths shut. Only Zichen looked at them coldly. When he saw that Fairy Yu was about to agree to the old servant's request, he sneered. Chapter 438. As soon as Zichen spoke, the surroundings fell silent. It was so quiet that it was scary. Even the sound of breathing had stopped. Everyone turned their heads to look for the source of the voice. Then, they saw Zichen standing at the back of the crowd. After a short moment of silence, a small commotion broke out. "Damn it, he's just at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. How dare he blaspheme the fairy? It's him, that rich fat sheep. Rich fat sheep, it's really him. He's the one who scolded Black Tiger today. They all say that rich fat sheep are bold. Seeing him today, he really has the guts to let the fairy stay in an ordinary room and shamelessly ask the fairy to spend the night with him." Everyone's eyes flashed as they discussed. They all looked at Zichen in shock, but they were tactful enough not to condemn Zichen. To be able to cultivate to this level, he was naturally not a fool. No one dared to steal the limelight of the young man in front of the fairy. Even if they were to ask Zichen a question, no one dared to be the first to speak. "Oh my God, that rich fat sheep really came to die. He's crazy. How dare he talk to the fairy like that and spend the night with her? Fortunately, we came in time to see whether this bold fat sheep is alive or dead." The others had just walked into the inn when they heard Zichen's words. They were all stunned. "Who are you? How dare you talk to the fairy like that?" The young man turned his head and glanced at Zichen with a cold gaze. "HMPH, listen up. My name is..." Zichen held his head high and put on a pose that he thought was the most handsome. But before he could finish, someone beside him spoke first. "Sir, this person just arrived here yesterday. He's generous and has a bad temper. Everyone calls him Fat Sheep, but he likes to be called rich. His name is Rich Fat Sheep. Today, he spent millions of gold coins at the 10,000 treasure pavilion. He doesn't repeat himself when he curses." Before Zichen could finish his sentence, almost everything about him had been snatched away by others. So much so that his most handsome pose became very awkward. "Hee hee." The fairy chuckled. The young man's originally gloomy expression became even gloomier because of the fairy's chuckle. "Brat, who do you think this fairy is? Do you think you're so great just because you have some primary stones?" The young man's eyes flickered coldly. This child is insulting the fairy. This is blasphemy to the fairy. It is truly disgraceful. He has ulterior motives. A toad wants to eat swan meat. I hope that my lord can make a move and drive this toad away. Tycoon Fat Antelope harbored evil intentions and was abnormally vicious. He actually wanted to blaspheme the fairy. I implore my lord to take action and punish the evil in the world. Lord, please act on behalf of justice and punish the evil in the world so that we can have a better future. Everyone spoke one after another. Their words were righteous and their voices were sincere. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of hatred and anger, but when they looked at the young man, their faces were full of fanaticism and worship. Behind the crowd, Zichen was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. Heavens, this group of people is really too eloquent. I only said one sentence, and now I'm being labeled as evil in the world, and the young man is representing justice. Talents, this is really a group of King talents. This Tycoon Fat Antelope is really too evil. He actually attacked us humans. Yes, he is the evil in the world. We want my lord to punish the evil. Even the few people who came with Zichen became indignant when they heard all kinds of voices. When they saw Zichen, it was as if they saw a great enemy of the alien race. Idiots, what evil in the world? You must have been possessed by the devil. Fortunately, There was a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator among them. He had eaten enough barbecued meat and was not confused. Good, good, good. This child has ulterior motives and is vicious. I suspect that he is from the alien race. Today, we will clean up the alien race. The young man's eyes flashed with cold light, but he was extremely satisfied, thinking that they were a group of talents. Around him, the aura of the late-stage Zephyr Realm surged, and an invisible killing intent locked on Zichen. He shouted, "Tell me, are you sent by the alien race?" Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hey, I say, what is the point of you doing this? I just saw that you couldn't stay in the room, so I invited the fairy to stay with me. Do you have to do this? You call me evil in the world, and in the blink of an eye, I'm from the alien race. How dare you blaspheme the fairy? You are courting death." The young man's killing intent surged, and he was about to attack immediately. "Tycoon Fat Antelope, you are courting death. How dare you blaspheme the fairy? Let's attack together and eradicate the evil in the world. Yes, kill this alien." The others also shouted, and the rolling sound spread far and wide. "Hey, hey, hey, have you had enough? The fairy hasn't said anything, but you have spoken first. Don't you want to ask the fairy's opinion?" Zichen curled his lips. "Humph, do you still need to ask? Blaspheme the fairy, you are courting death. That's right, Tycoon Fat Antelope, today is the day you die." Everyone was furious with the young man, and their eyes were cold. "How do you know if you don't ask? Maybe the fairy is really willing to admire the flowers and the moon with me." Zichen spoke again, but soon, his voice was drowned out by the crowd. The scene was chaotic. All kinds of killing intent surged, and it was as if they were about to attack. At this moment, the fairy's voice rang out. "Do you really want to invite me to admire the flowers and the moon with you?" The fairy's beautiful eyes were hazy, and there was a smile on her lips as she looked at Zichen. When the fairy opened her mouth, everyone was stunned. What was going on? The young man's face was extremely ugly, and he said, "Fairy, don't be fooled by this alien. He knows the art of bewitchment." "That's right, fairy, you have to be careful. The alien race is very scary, and they know all kinds of bewitchment arts." The others also spoke. The fairy smiled. "I know best whether or not I know the art." Then, she looked at Zichen again. "Are you really willing to spend the night with me?" This time, it was Zichen's turn to be dumbfounded. Furthermore, he could clearly see a trace of craftiness in the fairy's eyes. "Of course, I'm willing to admire the flowers and the moon with you." Zichen smiled. "Then what about spending the night with me?" asked the fairy. "Ah." Zichen was startled and hesitated. "What's going on? What's going on? Have my eyes gone blind? What did I hear?" The fairy is inviting the Tycoon Fat Antelope to spend the night with her, but is hesitating. Illusion, it must be an illusion. The Tycoon Fat Antelope is using some kind of evil art. Hearing the two's questions and answers, the crowd was completely thrown into chaos. They all shook their heads, and some even directly smashed their heads with their fists, trying to wake up from the illusion. Is this real? When did the Tycoon Fat Antelope become so charming? The fairy is inviting him to spend the night with her, but this guy is actually hesitating. What's going on? The people who came with Zichen were also in chaos. When they looked at the young man, they also had a confused expression. Even though he had known the fairy for 2 years, he didn't understand why the usually kind and quiet fairy was acting so strangely today. "What, you're not willing?" The fairy's slightly resentful voice rang out, causing the crowd to be even more confused. "Well, if the fairy is willing, I can only risk my life to accompany you." At this moment, the crowd had the urge to slap Zichen to death. What's with the act? Spending the night with the fairy is actually considered risking your life to accompany her? Mother **K, if you're not willing, then scram. I'll do it. This was the voice in everyone's heart, but no one dared to say it out loud. At the counter, Butterball was so anxious that he was sweating. This scene was clearly something that wasn't part of the script. However, in order to deal with this sudden change, they had prepared a plan beforehand. "That's great, that's really great. Butterball suddenly spoke with a face full of surprise. He didn't deliberately suppress his voice and successfully attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the fairy is here and has no place to stay. A previous guest was willing to give up the luxury room. I just got the service staff to send the news that he has already left. Butterball said happily, in this case, the fairy will stay in the luxury room. As for this room, we will quickly clean it up for the young master to stay. All right then. The young man nodded. A hint of frustration flashed in his eyes. He failed. Soon, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's all because of this damn tycoon fat antelope. The matter of accommodation was settled. Everyone had a luxury room to stay in. Everyone was happy. Everyone was about to leave, but it wasn't over yet. You're called the tycoon fat antelope, right? What a strange name. Can I invite you to enjoy the flowers and moon with me and spend the night with me? The fairy spoke. She took the initiative to speak, causing the crowd to be completely stunned. What's going on now? Everyone was speechless. Why was it like this? They looked at the tycoon fat antelope's hesitant face, as if he was in a difficult position. Everyone wanted to slap him to death. Just as everyone was gnashing their teeth and wanting to beat him up, the other party finally spoke. Since the fairy has sincerely invited me so many times, then I'll respectfully accept your invitation. Hearing his words, it seemed that he was quite unwilling. This made everyone so angry that they wanted to kill him. If they weren't in the market, they would have already killed this pretentious tycoon fat antelope. Fairy you. The young man's face was ashen. It was almost distorted. It's fine. We're just chatting. Chatting? Was there a need to chat in a room? Moreover, it was with a stranger. After that, everyone watched as the tycoon fat antelope and the fairy went to the luxury room together. When the two of them walked together, they were unexpectedly incompatible. Everyone dispersed. Today's matter was destined to be an unsolved mystery. In the inn, the young man's roars could be heard from time to time. He couldn't wait to tear the other party apart. Damn it! How long have I planned for this day? To think that I'll let you get away with it. The young man was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But soon, a service staff came. Young master, that tycoon fat antelope said that he won't be staying in the ordinary room tonight. He wants us to refund him 5,000 essence stones. Ugh. Finally, the young man could not hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In the luxury room, Chen, I didn't expect to see you again. Back then, I thought you were dead. Chapter 439. The spiritual energy in the luxurious room was extremely dense. It transformed into a hazy white mist that emitted a dazzling luster under the light of the night illumination pearls. The furniture and ornaments in the room were all refined from unique materials that had been meticulously sculpted. They were beautiful and comfortable, and some special materials were added that could calm one's heart and allow one to quickly enter a state of cultivation. Yu Xianzi was Yu from the Moonlight Pavilion. Chen had recognized her at first glance. But compared to 2 years ago, Yu was even more beautiful. Chen, are you really alright? Yu was very happy to see Chen again. She asked him many questions about what had happened back then. Although I didn't die under the pill weapon, it was a narrow escape. I only managed to escape 2 years later with nothing to show for it. Chen told her about what had happened back then. Are you from the Moonlight Pavilion or the Bedlam Lands? The two chatted for a long time before Chen asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Take a guess. Yu looked at Chen with her big eyes and smiled slyly. I believe you're that Yu from the Moonlight Pavilion. But you seem to have an unusual relationship with the major powers of the Bedlam Lands. Chen said truthfully. Correct. Yu winked and said, I am from the Moonlight Pavilion. As for my relationship with the Shangguan family, I can't say for sure, but it is indeed very complicated. Before I came here, Master gave me a medallion that could save my life in times of danger. But I didn't expect that I would encounter danger the moment I arrived and almost die. So I took out the medallion. But I didn't expect that the medallion would belong to the Shangguan family. When it appeared, it caused a huge commotion. I heard that there were 2 other people with you. Were they Zhong Haotian and Lu Peng? Where are they? Asked Zi Chen. Yu bitterly glanced at Zi Chen and said, after beating around the bush for such a long time, I'm afraid that this is your true motive. You're only concerned about the two of them. The reason you've appeared today is also because of them. If you hadn't heard that they were with me, you wouldn't have shown yourself. Zi Chen smiled awkwardly and made the best choice, silence. I found the two of them in the outer area. At that time, the two of them were like me, being hunted down. We were in the same boat, and we came from the same place. So, we joined forces for a short while to resist the pursuit. Finally, we came to the city square. A temporary alliance. Zi Chen looked at Yu in confusion. That's right. After I took out the command medallion, people from the Shangguan family came and took the three of us away. However, the two of them left halfway and did not tell me where they went. You should stop them, Zi Chen said. I tried to stop and persuade them, but it was no use. They insisted on leaving. Later on, I sent people to look for them, but they couldn't find any clues. However, I am certain that they are in this area, not far from the fringe. Zi Chen had originally come for the two of them. Now that he heard that they had left and their whereabouts were unknown, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although I didn't find them, I inadvertently found a clue about another group of people. Do you want to hear about it? Yu smiled mysteriously. They are very important to you. Important to me? Who? Zi Chen's expression changed. The Wang family and the Qin family. This time, before Zi Chen could ask, Yu answered, they have formed a small force in the depths of this area. However, they can barely protect themselves. Barely protect themselves? Then they didn't suffer any casualties, right? Zi Chen frowned, his face full of worry. Zi Chen, I think what you really want to ask is whether anything happened to your little lover, Wang Xian. Yu snorted coldly and raised her voice. Then how is Xian? Is she all right? Zi Chen didn't deny and asked anxiously. Yu glared fiercely at Zi Chen and said, your little lover is fine. She's doing well for the time being. Her life isn't in danger. However, changing the topic, Yu looked at Zi Chen and said, but don't be happy too early. Although your little lover is fine, her brother has died in battle. Wang Qiong is dead. Zi Chen was startled. Although he hadn't fought with Wang Qiong, he could feel that Wang Qiong was extraordinary. When he had displayed his unparalleled strength, Wang Qiong wasn't afraid of him and wanted to fight him. It's not him. It's another brother, Wang Shi. He was killed by a blade when he arrived in the Bedlam lands. How is that possible? Zi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Shi's strength was definitely not weak. He was definitely comparable to a monstrous genius. How could he be killed by a single blade? Was it old monster Dan Yuan who did it? Asked Zi Chen. No, it was a Zephyr. Furthermore, it was an early Zephyr. That's impossible. Who could kill Wang Shi in one strike at the early Zephyr? Cried Zi Chen in disbelief. This is the land of chaos. There are countless experts and all sorts of monstrous geniuses. Nothing is impossible. Before coming here, who would have thought that there would be so many deaths in this place? Moreover, the insufferably arrogant major powers in our eyes are actually referred to as barbarians in this place. Yu said softly. Zi Chen didn't say anything else. What Yu said was the truth. Everything here was far beyond what he had imagined. But Wang Shi had been killed in one strike. That was something he couldn't accept. Apart from Wang Shi, there are several other monstrous geniuses who died. However, they were all monstrous geniuses who had enmity with you. The region we're in is called barbarians. No one cares about us. Most of the monstrous geniuses who came out to adventure have died. It's not easy for Wang Qiong and the others to establish a faction. The two of them chatted for a long time that night. Yu told him everything she knew. After that, she started talking about herself. However, when she talked about herself, Yu's expression became unnatural. My family is called Shangguan. In the Bedlam lands, it's a super faction. However, it's not the only one. In the depths of the Bedlam lands, in Chaos City, apart from the Shangguan family, there are 4 other families. They're called Ju, Wei, Wu, and Chen. These 5 families had almost monopolized all the markets in the Bedlam lands. They had countless resources in their hands and experts were as common as clouds. Apart from these 5 families, there were also some smaller families. However, these families were weaker than the 5 families. They were much stronger than the 7 major cities and the 3 major sects in the Bedlam lands. There were many smaller families, but they were all attached to these big families. That young man who came with you, which family does he belong to? Asked Zi Chen. He's from the Zheng family. They're just a small family. They can't be considered a big family. He's one of your admirers, right? He can be considered a rather scheming person. Why? Could it be that you're jealous? Hearing this, Yuer's depressed mood improved a little, and she asked with a smile. It seems you've changed a lot in the past 2 years. Back then, you would blush when you talked to others. Zi Chen didn't answer her question. That's because you don't know what I've been through. If I let you interact with those playboys all day long, you'll change too. However, I always thought this change was a good thing. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to regret it. Yuer looked at Zi Chen and suddenly became affectionate. She said in a low voice, I can change back to how I was before, but will you still like me like before? Stop completely. You were just a little girl back then. When did you become so flirtatious? Zi Chen was almost speechless. He couldn't stand being teased by such a beauty, and his self-control was about to collapse. Hee. Yuer finally smiled. She felt very relaxed when she was with Zi Chen. Moreover, the 2 of them came from the same place and knew each other, so they felt very close to each other. Even if they didn't talk about it normally, they didn't have to worry about it today. If I didn't say anything back then, from the looks of it, you would have agreed to that Zheng Feng. Could it be that you really want to live in the same room as her? How is that possible? Don't I have you? Yuer looked at Zi Chen with a smile on her face, causing Zi Chen to feel uncertain. I mean, I won't say anything. How could you not say anything? It's been 2 years. I've changed, but you haven't. There are only some people in your eyes, but you can't tolerate us. Yuer became resentful again. What do you mean? Could it be that you saw me before? Zi Chen was surprised. You're so different, it's impossible for others not to notice you. Yuer said coquettishly, everyone is looking at the fairy and running towards the fairy. Everyone wants to attract the fairy's attention, but you just turned around and left, and in the opposite direction. You're so special, it's impossible for others not to see you. Zi Chen laughed involuntarily. So this was the problem. Tell me, are you doing this to deliberately attract my attention? Zi Chen, the 2 of them talked like this for the whole night. Yuer teased him several times, causing Zi Chen to be seriously deranged. He almost couldn't control himself and forced himself on her. But every time at the critical moment, Yuer would ask Zi Chen about Wang Xian or Lin Shui. The fire in his heart was immediately extinguished by cold water. This extreme contrast made Zi Chen want to vomit blood. When the sky brightened, he left in a sorry state. In the room, Yuer was giggling. This was the happiest night in 2 years. As she laughed, Yuer cried. At the same time, her pleasant voice sounded, there's something I want to ask you for help with. I hope you can agree to it. Zi Chen had already left, as if he didn't hear her. That night, the news of Yu Xianzi inviting the nouveau riche to spend the night spread in the market. When the sky brightened, the news spread throughout the market, causing an uproar. The fairy invited the nouveau riche to spend the night. This was simply unbelievable. The sky had just brightened when many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the inn. They all wanted to see if this matter was true. At the same time, they also wanted to see who exactly was the local tyrant who had gained a bit of fame in the market in just 2 days and was favored by the fairy. Because he had checked out of his room, Zi Chen had nowhere to go. He could only walk out in a panic. But when he opened the door of the inn, he was completely dumbfounded. There were already many cultivators gathered around him. At this moment, he was still wiping his sweat with a stunned expression. In an instant, many people's imaginations ran wild. Look, here's the nouveau riche. Last night, the fairy invited him to spend the night with her. Nouveau riche, the nouveau riche doesn't look that good. Everyone started to talk about it without any scruples. But at this moment, Zichen saw a familiar face in the market. Chapter 440. Around them, the crowd began to talk about Zichen without restraint. Words such as SOSO and SOSO were being used frequently. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, as if there was a sharp blade at his back. Zichen turned around and saw a pair of cold eyes filled with hostility. Zheng Feng had appeared, bringing with him a chill. The discussions around them stopped abruptly. Clearly, they had also found out about the youth's identity through some means. I don't know what your relationship with the fairy is, but I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial ground. Zheng Feng looked coldly at Zichen and emphasized, even in the market, no one can protect you. The chill made people's hearts tremble. Daring to kill in the market, this was an existence that had surpassed the rules of the market. Everyone began to speculate about Chen Feng's identity. Only the owner of the market could kill as he pleased without any restrictions. Then I'll tell you that no one has ever taken away a woman that I, a tycoon, want, Zichen replied coldly. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Was this the rhythm of a battle in the market? Moreover, why did the tycoon's words sound so strange? The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the temperature was not high to begin with. At this moment, as the two stared at each other, the air became even colder. Killing you is like killing an ant. You'd better think it through, Zheng Feng said, killing intent already in his eyes. Killing you is like killing a bug. You'd better think it through, Zichen replied, not to be outdone. You're courting death. Around Zheng Feng, a surging aura swept out. The crazy killing intent made people feel suffocated. You've successfully angered me. Today, you'll die without a doubt, Zheng Feng shouted and was about to attack. Enough. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Yu Xianzi appeared, her body emitting a hazy light. She looked like a person from a painting. Zheng Feng's aura instantly retracted, and his expression was very gloomy. Zheng Feng, Zichen is my friend. You'd better show him some respect. Yu Xianzi's voice was cold. Fairy, he's from another race. I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. Zheng Feng said. A foreign race. The fairy chuckled and said, we've already known each other for several years. How come I didn't know that he was a foreign race? What? Zheng Feng was stunned. The crowd was in an uproar. So you've known him for a long time. They are friends, no wonder. After the uproar, everyone was relieved. It turned out that the two of them had been talking all night and nothing else had happened. As for why the fairy had acted out of character and tried so hard to invite him, it turned out that he was just a friend. Zheng Feng's expression kept changing. In the end, she said, so that's how it is. Fairy, you already know him. It seems that when you were in the barbarian land, this nouveau riche brother Fat Sheep must be a barbarian. Barbarians represented the land of barbarians. 10,000 years ago, the Boundless sect was the core of the entire southern region. Everyone knew that the Boundless sect was the overlord of the entire southern region. 10,000 years ago, when the Boundless sect attacked and destroyed the Lightning Divine Palace, other powers took the opportunity to seize and destroy the Boundless sect. Many great powers rose in the southern region. And 10,000 years later, the southern region that once ruled over the southern region, a place that made people tremble, became the famous land of barbarians. Similarly, everyone knew about it. However, the meaning was that the barbarians were uncivilized, and it represented a derogatory meaning of extreme humiliation. Barbarians. Fairy has been to the land of barbarians before. This nouveau riche Fat Sheep is actually a barbarian. How is that possible? Isn't the land of barbarians known to be lacking in resources and abnormally barren? Everyone was stunned, especially Zichen's origin. He was actually a barbarian, but when he came here, he became a nouveau riche Fat Sheep. Barbarian. So the nouveau riche Fat Sheep is a barbarian. Now there's a good show to watch. That's right. He should be a prodigal son of some barbarian. He took all the origin stones in his family and came here to be a fat sheep. I dare to guarantee that once he leaves the market, This nouveau riche barbarian will definitely die. Their gazes once again turned to Zichen, and the crowd laughed mockingly. Previously, many people were still doubting his identity. Now that Yu Xianzi and Zheng Feng had pointed it out, everyone was relieved. He was just a nouveau riche barbarian. Presumably, there would be many people who had their eyes on him. Nouveau riche brother fat sheep. Oh, no, I should call you nouveau riche brother barbarian now. I didn't expect you to be old friends with Fairy. But even so, you should pay attention to your own identity. Pay attention to the difference between you and Fairy. Especially someone who's about to die. It's best that you don't bring bad luck to others. Zheng Feng laughed coldly, then turned around and left. How arrogant. Is this what a profligate son of the Bedlam lands is like? Zichen was expressionless. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and the crowd quickly dispersed. They were going to spread the news of this latest news. For a time, apart from Zichen, Fairy, and a figure in the distance, there was no one else in the surroundings. And that figure was also approaching. Hey! Grandmaster! Suddenly, Yu Xianzi cried out in surprise. The person who had come was none other than Evil Good Monk. Greetings, Yu Xianzi. This humble monk greets you. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Grandmaster, there's no need to be so courteous. Just call me Yu. Damn bald donkey, why did you only come now? Zichen glared at Evil Good Monk. This humble monk saw that you were in a bit of trouble, so I quietly observed from afar for a while. Bullshit. You were clearly afraid of causing trouble, so you hid from afar, Zichen said angrily. This is called clearly distinguishing between light and dark, Evil Good Monk explained. Yu Xianzi giggled as she listened to the two bicker. It had to be said that if the matters of the past were to be disregarded, Zichen and Evil Good Monk's relationship was still pretty good. And as Zichen's strength increased, Evil Good Monk knew that he could no longer suppress Zichen. So, he decided not to mention the matters of the past. After the two finished bickering, Evil Good Monk extended his hand to Zichen. What are you doing? Begging for alms? Zichen laughed mockingly. Same old rules. 30, 70. I'll take 30, and you take 70. Evil Good Monk extended his hand again, almost poking Zichen's nose. What 70, 70? Zichen was puzzled. Stop pretending. You know best what you've done along the way. I'm the one who guided you on this path. I'm also the one who contributed to your gains. This time, I'll take a bit of a loss. 30, 70, not 40, 60. Zichen was so angry that he screamed thrice. His hands were clutching Evil Good Monk's neck tightly. His eyes were glowing red. You bald donkey, I've been through countless battles, big and small. I've been on the brink of death several times, and that's all I've gained. I've exchanged my life for this. How dare you ask me for it when you haven't done anything? Evil Good Monk's face was red from being choked by Lin Fan's neck. However, he still refused to let go. Instead, he spoke from his throat. You call that a little gain? That's something worth hundreds of millions. If you don't want 70, 70, we can give 80, 70. *CK your head. I'm going to strangle you to death. Beside them, Yu Xianzi stared at the two dumbfounded. In front of Zichen, Evil Good Monk would never act like a monk. On the other hand, Zichen would always lose his composure in an exaggerated manner. Tycoon barbarians are indeed despicable. They won't even let off a monk. Fighting is not allowed in the city square, but he actually tried to strangle a monk to death. Some people saw this scene from afar and whispered softly. Soon, the news of the tycoon barbarian abusing a monk spread 10, 90. Evil Good Monk said weakly. He was about to be strangled to death, but he was still greedy. Not even 10%. Zichen roared. In the end, Evil Good Monk didn't even get 10%. Zichen wouldn't give him a share. It's fine if you don't want to give it to me. Come, follow me back to Wild Wolf Stronghold. Something big is going to happen there. With that, Evil Good Monk pulled Zichen away. Damn bald monk, are you crazy? It wasn't easy for me to come here. Why should I go back? Zichen flipped and almost flung Evil Good Monk away. Do you still remember the mine I told you about? Back then, I felt that there was a problem. When I went back to take a look, there was indeed a problem. There will be a big commotion soon. I came here to look for you. If I don't go back now, all the benefits will be taken away by others. What commotion? Come, let's talk inside. Zichen's expression changed. Yu Xianzi originally wanted to ask Zichen to go to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. However, after seeing the current situation, it was obvious that it wasn't realistic. Hence, she bade farewell to the two and went to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion alone. A beauty was ignored just like that. Zichen brought Evil Good Monk to a luxurious room. The density of the spiritual energy here surprised Evil Good Monk. As he breathed in, Evil Good Monk said, "There's the scent of a woman here. Yu Xianzi also lives here." Then, he looked at Zichen strangely. "You really have the life of a peach blossom. Are you a monk or a dog? Your nose is so sharp. Hurry up and get to the point. What's going on?" Next, Evil Good Monk told him what happened in Wild Wolf Stronghold in the past few months. That day, the third boss was severely injured and returned to recuperate. However, not long after, Black Wind Stronghold led people to attack the mine. In the end, a fierce battle broke out. In the end, the third boss died and the mine was lost, Zichen asked. No. In the end, the first boss and second boss of Wild Wolf Stronghold appeared and repelled the people of Black Wind Stronghold. However, the mine suffered from the energy impact and was severely damaged. What does this have to do with us going back? Zichen asked, puzzled. At that time, the people guarding the mine, including the miners, died mysteriously after the battle. Even the 9th boss disappeared. How could this be? I suspect that the secret of the mine has been discovered by the third master. He was the one who killed those people. What's the secret of the mine? Liquefied essence. What's that? Zichen asked. Liquefied essence is a product of the mine. It can also be called essence. Before the formation of essence stones, this kind of essence will appear. It's something purer than essence stones and contains unimaginable energy. Seeing Zichen's slightly confused expression, Evil Good Monk said, "Let me tell you. If the Wild Wolf Stronghold mine has essence liquefied essence, then it's of the lowest grade. Once you refine it, it can help you break through to the Middle Zephyr Realm or even the Late Zephyr Realm." What? This time, Zichen's eyes widened. He had a new evaluation of the value of essence liquefied essence. I saw some records in ancient books. Some powerful cultivators need to find essence liquefied essence to break through. This is a really rare thing in the world. If I'm not wrong, there should be essence liquefied essence in the Wild Wolf Stronghold. Since there's essence liquefied essence, we must get it, Zichen said in a deep voice. Well, let's go now. Chapter 441. On the same day, news spread from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion that there would be an auction in 10 days, and there would be pill weapons for sale. Pill weapons were weapons that only inner core old monsters could refine. With them, an inner core old monster would be able to unleash power several times greater than their own. Once the news came out, it caused a stir in the market square. The value of a pill weapon far exceeded that of an ordinary inner core old monster. Even in the chaotic lands, where resources were abundant, it was impossible to guarantee that everyone would have a pill weapon. There were many inner core old monsters who didn't have a pill weapon. On the same day, the news spread out at the fastest speed. After that, even more experts poured into the market. In just one day, the market was already packed with people. Many inner core old monsters had come. On this day, there was quite a commotion at the entrance of the market. The 10 inner core old monsters of the barbarian bull village had arrived, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. They didn't suppress their auras in the slightest as they walked into the market. A surging aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the clouds moved. Behind old monster Danyuan, there were more than a dozen imperial sky leaders. After they entered the market, they took out portraits and pasted them to every corner of the market. The rumors are true. The virtuous unfettered made the barbarian bull village suffer a great loss. Heavens, They actually chased him from the barbarian bull village to here. They're determined to kill the virtuous unfettered. On the portrait was the virtuous unfettered's name, appearance, and strength. There was a detailed introduction, but when everyone saw the reward, they all sucked in a cold breath. Those who provide clues will be rewarded with 1,000,000 yuan stones. Those who provide accurate information and successfully capture the virtuous unfettered will be rewarded with 10,000,000 yuan stones. This was a huge reward, and it caused quite a commotion. Everyone was guessing who the virtuous unfettered was. But it wasn't over yet. After the barbarian bull village, the experts of the setting sun mountain also appeared. This was a great power that wasn't any weaker than the barbarian bull village. The number of inner core old monsters that came was no less than the barbarian bull villages. The experts of the two great powers came one after another. As soon as they met, a thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air. The two forces confronted each other, and a chill surged. But in the end, they didn't fight. Even they didn't dare to be impudent in the market. Very quickly, the Zephyr experts of the Sunset Mountain also took out portraits and posted them everywhere. They were all portraits of the virtuous loose cultivator. As for the reward, it was actually 15 million primal stones. Both sides wanted to find the virtuous itinerant. The reward was as high as 25 million. This was a shocking number. Everyone in the market was talking about the virtuous itinerant. The virtuous loose cultivator is only at the early stage of the flying realm, yet he claims to be invincible in the flying realm. He even made two major powers suffer a great loss. Could he be a monster nurtured by one of those superpowers? All sorts of guesses were heard. Zichen, there are portraits of you everywhere. Are you sure you still want to participate in the auction? Monk asked when he saw the portraits on the street. Of course. I'm determined to get the elixir weapon, Zichen said. That's not necessarily true. There are so many core realm old monsters here. Even if you get it, you might not be able to take it out smoothly. After the barbarian bull stockade and the Sunset Mountain, the experts of the Black Dragon Pool and Wu Liufeng also arrived. These were the four largest forces in the central region. They were known as the four overlords of the central region. Among the two forces, the Black Tiger Peak Master and the Four Cave Masters appeared as leaders. Tyrant Barbarian. The two groups of people appeared together. They saw Zichen from afar and shouted. Obviously, they already knew Zichen's new name. Then, their figures flickered and rushed toward Zichen. Monk saw this and turned into a passerby, leaving far away. Dozens of experts at the late stage of the flying realm surrounded Zichen, their eyes flashing with cold light. Tyrant Barbarian, you still dare to appear in front of me? Black Tiger Peak Master asked coldly, the heavy hammer in his hand trembling. What's wrong, you big fool? Didn't you get scolded enough yesterday? You're here to block my way again. Zichen's mouth had a hint of sarcasm. You're courting death. Black Tiger was furious. The heavy hammer in his hand danced and instantly smashed down. Zichen didn't move. With a sneer on his face, he let the heavy hammer smash down. The heavy hammer smashed down, but Zichen didn't move. In the end, the heavy hammer stopped an inch in front of Zichen. The wind whistled, blowing Zichen's long hair. What's wrong? Smash it. Zichen sneered. Black Tiger's eyes surged with killing intent, but he held it back in the end. A strange smile flashed in the corner of his mouth. You've got guts. We'll deal with you later. Black Tiger led his men and left dejectedly. Zichen's back was already wet with cold sweat. However, his expression didn't change. He glanced at the other force and said to the Four Cave Masters, "Why aren't you guys getting lost?" The four's expressions kept changing, but they finally held back their anger. They looked to the side and saw that each of them had a cold expression. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a dead man. After that, the force left. At the same time, the old monster of primordial core from the two forces also glanced over and then walked towards the treasure pavilion. Zichen's body was already wet with cold sweat. Even his forehead was wet. When the cold wind blew, he felt a chill. The look of the old monster of primordial core made him have an impulse to leave immediately. He was actually afraid. Rich barbarians are really strong. They don't even put the people of Black Dragon Pool and Wu Liufeng in their eyes. The discussion woke Zi Chen from his fear. I'm not that timid. He shook his head and smiled gently. He went straight to the treasure pavilion. The monk behind him also quickly followed. Scram, you ungrateful bald donkey. Zi Chen was furious when he saw the monk. Surprisingly, the monk did not refute Zi Chen's scolding. While Zi Chen had nowhere to vent his anger, he also felt that something was amiss. The various forces once again met in the treasure pavilion. Many people looked at the barbarians. Although they didn't have good intentions, they didn't do anything too extreme. As for Zi Chen and Tyrant, they headed straight for the top floor where they could exchange primordial stones. The old man from before still had his eyes closed. It was as if he didn't notice them coming. Isn't this too much of a scam? When the monk saw the exchange numbers, his expression changed several times as he subconsciously spoke. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. Senior, can we still discuss the price of these yuan stones? Don't you think this exchange method is too much? Zi Chen felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the old man. He braced himself and said, Senior, can we still discuss the price of these yuan stones? Isn't this exchange method too much? Too much. The old man smiled faintly. The two of them were silent. Clearly, they agreed. If you think it's too much, go elsewhere, the old man said again, then closed his eyes. The two of them were speechless, but they were furious. They wanted nothing more than to beat the old man up. Within a radius of several million miles, there was only one market, and there was only one place that could exchange for keystones. This was a monopoly, and there was no other place that could do it, unless they went to Chaos City. However, with their strength, it was almost impossible for them to get there safely. Forget it. Let's go buy some vital energy pills. It's more worth it. Zi Chen couldn't help but urge the monk to leave. For some reason, the old man's eyes were closed, but Zi Chen felt like he was being spied on. The monk seemed to feel the same. He turned and left. Wait. Suddenly, the old man's voice sounded. The two of them stopped and turned to look at the old man in confusion. Are you friends of the young mistress? The old man suddenly asked. The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand. If you want to exchange vital stones, we can talk about that. However, you have to tell me what your relationship with Fairy Yu is first. Zi Chen frowned. He didn't know how to answer. We're friends of Fairy Yu. We've known each other for a long time. We've been through thick and thin together. The monk reacted quickly. However, just as Zi Chen heaved a sigh of relief, the monk pointed at Zi Chen and said, He's called Zi Chen. He has a special relationship with Fairy Yu. The two of them stayed in the same room last night. Zi Chen was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. This D***MN monk. He was even willing to betray his friends for some vital stones. How could he be so ungrateful? He didn't look like a monk at all. Oh, is that so? The old man looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen shook his head like a rattledrum. He quickly said, Old man, don't listen to his nonsense. We're just friends. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time. Furthermore, I didn't have a place to stay yesterday. So, please don't worry. We only talked about the past and didn't do anything else. Zi Chen quickly explained. He wasn't a blabbermouth like the monk. Furthermore, he couldn't simply admit to such things. Although he hadn't talked to Fairy Yu about the Shangguan family in detail, he could tell from Fairy Yu's expression that she didn't have a good life in the Shangguan family. If he didn't answer well, he would be finished if the old man smacked him to death. This was the old man's territory. All the rules were set by him. Furthermore, Zi Chen didn't believe that the old man he couldn't see through was an ordinary person. Oh, from what you're saying, you're just friends? The old man asked with a smile. Yes, just friends. Zi Chen nodded. Then since you're just friends, the exchange rate for each type of keystone will be reduced by 5. The old man smiled faintly and closed his eyes once more. No, elder, you've misunderstood. How could they possibly be ordinary friends? Back in the barbarian lands, Zi Chen already liked Yu Xianzi, and Yuxianzi was also interested in Zichen. The two of them were in love with each other, the monk hurriedly explained. Then they can't be ordinary friends. How could they be ordinary friends? Old man, think about it. Would fairy you ask an ordinary friend to stay in the same room in the middle of the night? Furthermore, they're a single man and woman. Zichen was dumbfounded. Was this really just a monk? Why was he even more of a ruffian than a local ruffian? What nonsense. Since that's the case, why won't he admit it? Old man, think about it carefully. How could you have the nerve to ask such a thing? The monk smiled ambiguously. Haha, that's right. It's my fault for being muddle-headed. I shouldn't have asked so carefully. Young people are always so thin-skinned. Since that's the case, if you want to exchange for key stones, you can exchange them according to this price. The old man laughed heartily. He then pointed at the price of exchanging high-grade vitality stones for low-grade vitality stones and said, Chapter 442. His nonsense had actually been exchanged for close to 3 times the profit. This was simply a huge profit. The monk's heart was filled with joy. He took out some essence stones and was about to exchange them. However, Zichen hesitated and looked at the old man warily. Zichen felt that it was unreal to receive 3 times the profit from an unfathomable old man for no reason. Little guy, you're worried about the auction, aren't you? The old man smiled, as if he had seen through Zichen's thoughts. He said, the primordial stones used in the auction are all of high quality. Then let's exchange. Old man, let's exchange. Monk was pleasantly surprised. We'll exchange everything for high-grade vitality stones. Zichen was still frowning. He didn't appear as enthusiastic as Monk. After a moment of silence, he finally cupped his fists and said, Senior, is there something you want me to do? Little guy, you're thinking too much. The old man looked at Zichen and said, I'm only making things easy for you because of your relationship with Yuxianzi. As for me, I'm already so old. Why would I need a little guy like you? All right. Zichen nodded in the end as if he had made a decision. Then I'll have to trouble you. After that, the two exchanged their vitality stones. Looking at the pile of vitality stones in front of him, the old man was stunned even though he was prepared. There were too many vitality stones. There were hundreds of millions of them. In terms of high-grade vitality stones, it was tens of thousands. The old man was slightly stunned. Senior, is there a problem with these vitality stones? Zichen asked. No problem, no problem. The old man was startled. All of their vitality stones, including the vitality stone fragments, had been exchanged. Now, they only had tens of thousands of high-grade vitality stones. This was a huge sum of money. Even Danyuan old monster would be tempted. The monk was very happy and even a little excited. Zichen, on the other hand, was surprised that the old man had so many upper-grade primordial stones. Hey, you're here too. After the exchange, Yuxianzi walked up and was surprised to see the two. At the same time, Yuxianzi smiled sweetly at the old man. Elder, we will take our leave. The two cupped their fists together and nodded at Yuxianzi before heading downstairs. Second grandpa, are they here to exchange for primeval stones? The old man nodded, that's right, I gave them 10,000 low-grade primal stones, the price of 1 high-grade primal stone. Yuxianzi opened her mouth slightly and made an exaggerated expression. Ah. Even though Yuxianzi wasn't well versed in the ways of the world, she knew that even in Chaos City, no one was willing to pay such a high price. This meant that her second grandpa was going to lose out on this deal, and lose a lot of money at that. What do you think of Zichen? The old man suddenly asked. Zichen. A smile appeared on Yuxianzi's face as she thought of Zichen. He's very nice. We're friends, and we've known each other for a long time. I keep feeling that this little guy is very mysterious, and I can't see through him. Can you tell me more about him? The old man had seen Zichen twice. The first time, the little guy wanted to buy a pill weapon, which gave him a fright. The second time was just now. Such a good thing had fallen into his lap, but he actually hesitated over it, and the primal stones he took out shocked him. He knew that Zichen came from a barbarian land that lacked resources. However, He was only in the early stage of the flight realm, and he could take out wealth that even a core old monster might not have. Careful, cautious, and daring. The old man was very curious about Zichen. That's fine. Yu Xianzi nodded. Then, she began to talk about the legend of Zichen. She talked about such things for several hours. Yu Xianzi spoke with great interest, and a smile appeared on her face the entire time. The old man nodded continuously, and his eyes flickered with astonishment. If he had to evaluate Zichen's experience, it would be a miracle. The fact that he was still alive was a miracle in itself. He has the strength to kill someone in the flight realm at the 9th stage of true essence. It seems that I know where his wealth comes from. The old man smiled. It seems that he has quite a few good things on him. Second Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yu Xianzi asked. I heard Monk say that you're interested in Zichen, and he's interested in you. You two can be considered to be mutually agreeable, the old man said with a smile. How could that be? Yu Xianzi blushed. She whispered, I've only met him a few times. How could I possibly like him? Moreover, he's so outstanding, and has several close female friends. Yu Xianzi and Zichen had indeed only met twice. However, in the Moonlight Pavilion, she heard stories about Zichen every day. Moreover, when Zichen was being hunted down by various major factions, the Moonlight Pavilion wanted to recruit him. As a result, many female disciples spread rumors that their master was going to betroth them to Zichen, and they often made fun of her. Yu Xianzi had also been paying attention to Zichen's affairs. Although she had only met him twice, she couldn't remember how many times she had seen him in her heart. He's outstanding, but he's only one person. You're the little fairy of our Shangguan family. You're peerless, and you're more than enough to be a good match for Zichen, the old man said with a smile. Really? Yu Xianzi looked at the old man and asked, Am I really a fairy? Of course, you're our little fairy. Suddenly, Yu Xianzi's expression dimmed. But my true identity is that of an ugly duckling. No one in the family acknowledges me. Don't worry, they'll acknowledge you very soon. When the time comes, you'll be the real fairy of the Shangguan family. We'll have Zichen personally go to the Shangguan family to propose marriage. Moreover, we'll set up layers of obstacles for him so that he'll know how to cherish what he has. The old man patted Yu Xianzi's head and smiled kindly. Hee. Yu Xianzi smiled happily as if she was imagining that scene. She was very satisfied. However, she quickly sobered up. He's very smart and very strong. However, he's very slow when it comes to relationships. None of his 3 close female friends are weak. It'll be too difficult for him to take the initiative to propose marriage. It won't be difficult. Second Grandpa promises that it won't be difficult at all. When the time comes, Second Grandpa will personally set a test for him. Yu Xianzi leaned into the old man's embrace. The old man gently patted her back with a kind smile on his face. Let's go, let's go. Compared to the heartwarming scene upstairs, Tyrant was clearly in a rush. He was still excited about exchanging for keystones. He pulled Zichen away. I'm not leaving, said Zichen indifferently. Are you crazy? Do you still want to exchange for that lousy pill weapon? If you want to exchange for it, you have to be alive to use it. There are so many core eccentrics here. They'll tear you apart, said Tyrant. Even so, I can't leave, said Zichen. If you're not leaving, then I'm leaving. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Then scram, you ungrateful monk. I really wonder if you're a monk. Has your benevolent heart been eaten by a dog? Sneered Zichen. There's no point in saying more. I'm leaving. But before Tyrant could leave, a startled cry rang out. I've found the Virtuous Wanderer's tracks. He's outside the city. What? The Virtuous Wanderer has appeared? Yes, he's outside the city. The Barbarian Bull Village and the Sunset Mountain have already gone after him. Discussions rang out one after another. Then, more people walked out of the market, wanting to see who the Virtuous Wanderer was. Where are you going? Asked Tyrant when he saw Zichen turn and leave. Back to the inn to sleep. Why don't you go see the Virtuous Wanderer? He's appeared. Idiot, don't you know if he's appeared or not? Looking at Zi Chen's disappearing figure, Tyrant's expression kept changing. In the end, he said, "Damn it. You wanted to die, but you dragged me down with you. Fine, I won't leave either. After you die, I'll return the treasure to its rightful owner, and I'll collect your corpse." With that, he went straight to the inn. Zi Chen did not leave the city because his whereabouts had always been under the surveillance of those who wanted to see him. He went straight to the inn, and Tyrant quickly caught up. Being chased all the way, he still has such a temperament. He really is extraordinary. On the top floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion, the old man's benevolent smile grew even wider. The cultivators chasing the virtuous wanderer quickly returned with nothing to show for it. 2 days later, more cultivators found the virtuous wanderer. Many of them chased after him, but after 4 hours, they returned without any results. After that, the same thing happened every 2 or 3 days. The virtuous wanderer appeared again and again, but they couldn't find him. Over the past few days, more and more cultivators came to the market. It almost felt like it was overcrowded. All the powers in the central region had gathered here, waiting for the auction to begin. Many of them were mortal enemies, but in the market, they were all restrained. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the deterrence brought by the superpowers was. As the auction approached, the people in the 10,000 treasure pavilion were nervously preparing for it. The 10th day quickly arrived, and the auction began. On this day, all the nascent core old monsters gathered. Their bodies emitted powerful auras as they entered the auction with invitation letters. It was also at this time that news of the virtuous wanderer's appearance came again. This time, it seemed to be very real. As a result, the leaders of the barbarian bull stronghold and the setting sun mountain all left the auction house, leading people to chase after the virtuous wanderer. At the same time, the people from the Black Dragon Pool and Wu Liufeng also joined in the pursuit of the virtuous loose cultivator. The reason was none other than the fact that the auction this time was a competition between the old monsters of the core Yuan realm. They, who were in the air, could not interfere at all. Zi Chen and Tyrant also came to the auction, ready to give it a try. What was worth mentioning was that during these 10 days, Zi Chen had been living with Yu Shenzi. Every day, he would ask for the 5,000 origin stones from the previous room, which made Zheng Feng vomit blood in anger. Zi Chen and Yu Shenzi's relationship seemed to have become even closer because they were living together. Just as Boss Butterball had said, the luxurious room was very large and had many rooms. Apart from the intimate conversation that night, the two didn't talk much afterward. With Zi Chen and the monks' identities, they could only stay in the hall. Following the start of the auction, one item after another was displayed. They were all rare goods that the original core eccentrics didn't care about. Some of them were in the air, bidding for them. When all the items were auctioned off, the last pill weapon appeared. Next, we'll begin the auction for the pill weapons. However, before the auctioneer could finish his words, a powerful energy burst out from the auction hall. In the next moment, the energy burst out and the auction hall exploded. P.S. On the last day of this month, there's still a gap from the 300,000 word update. I definitely won't be able to make it back. I'll continue next month. As for the number of updates next month, I can only say that I'll try my best. I won't guarantee it anymore. Otherwise, if I can't keep my promise, I'll lose my credibility. Chapter 443. Boom. Terrifying energy swept out, and the auction hall exploded. In an instant, dozens of nascent core old monsters attacked, and the destructive energy rippled out in all directions. Everyone in the air bore the brunt of the destructive energy and was swept away by it. Screams, shouts, and cries for help rang out unceasingly. The sudden change turned the place into a living hell, and tragedies occurred one after another. No one was able to react to this sudden change. In the entire auction hall, more than 80% of the experts died in an instant. Screams rang out unceasingly. Many cultivators were killed by the energy, and their bodies were crushed to pieces. Only spirit rings were thrown out of the energy from time to time. The auction hall exploded, and the entire market shook as if it was about to collapse. What happened? It's the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. It suddenly exploded. Isn't there an auction going on? Why did it suddenly explode? The cultivators in the market were in an uproar. They all looked toward the auction hall, which had become the center of the energy storm. Everything was being destroyed. Moreover, the storm was spreading, and even the place close to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was affected by the destructive energy. The auction hall exploded, and the energy swept out crazily. Figures soared into the sky from the energy storm. There were dozens of them, and they all emitted nascent core auras. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these nascent core old monsters were all from the 4 major powers of the central region. Screams were still echoing, and the eyes of these nascent core old monsters were filled with killing intent. It's the 4 major powers of the central region. They are attacking the auction hall. Could it be that they want to join forces to attack this market? Heavens, they are openly challenging the superpowers of the chaotic lands. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt it was inconceivable. How dare you attack the market? Are you not putting the Shangguan clan in your eyes? A cold voice sounded, and a figure flew out from the energy storm. It was a middle-aged man with nascent core aura surging around him. He was the guardian of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, more figures appeared. These were also nascent core old monsters, the guardians of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Their situation was not good. If their clothes were not torn, then there was blood at the corner of their mouths. They were more or less injured. Just now, each of them had suffered the sudden attack of several core origin old monsters. It was already a miracle that they hadn't died. You dare to cause trouble here? What gall! Activate the Grand Formation and seal off the outpost. Today, not a single one of you will be able to escape, said the middle-aged man. His voice was cold as it echoed throughout the outpost. Your Shangguan clan has occupied the market for so many years and reaped so much profit from it. Today, it's time for this place to change owners. At the side of the 4 transcendent powers, cold voices rang out as the 4 transcendent powers walked out. These were 4 imposing figures. Since they dared to attack the market, they were naturally not afraid. Everyone in the market, listen up. If you see anyone from the 4 major powers, kill them without mercy. HMPH, they dared to offend the Shangguan clan. After today, the 4 major powers of the central region will be erased from the bedlam. A crazy killing intent surged around the middle-aged man. Beside him, the other original core old monsters were also filled with killing intent. Haha, what a good kill without mercy. Laughter could be heard from the side of the 4 great forces. Then, an even crazier killing intent surged. If you kill without mercy, then we'll kill everyone in the market. Kill, leave no one alive, said the 4 transcendent powers, their voices spreading far and wide. As soon as they finished speaking, battle cries instantly rang out. The experts of the 4 major powers swarmed in from outside the outpost. They had come prepared. Yu Kong, who was guarding the gate of the market, had already been killed. Their killing intent spread out as they rushed into the market and killed all the cultivators in front of them. Battle cries rang out from all directions. Blade lights and sword shadows flashed. Swift and fierce attacks appeared repeatedly. Blood instantly dyed the market square red. This market square that had not seen a battle for hundreds or even thousands of years had ushered in a reign of terror today. Buzz. The void trembled as the grand formation of the market was finally activated. A light shield like an inverted bowl covered the entire market, shining brilliantly. Now that the market was closed, no one could enter or leave. Only when one side was completely dead would the grand formation be reactivated. Some of the forces with assets in the market that were dependent on the Shangguan clan also sent out protectors to kill the people of the 4 great forces. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant, and from the beginning, it had reached its climax. The battle was very fierce. Damn things, coming to the market to behave atrociously. Today, you won't be able to leave. You 4 great forces, have you eaten the guts of a leopard? From now on, I'll remove your names. In the chaotic battle, curses were constantly heard. At the same time, blood splattered, and broken limbs were constantly flying. The entire market had turned into an even bigger hell on earth. As the fierce battle broke out, large numbers of Yukong died. After that, their spirit rings became the target of the various forces. Boom! A small trading area was blasted open by dozens of people in the air. Immediately after, a beautiful energy attack rushed in. In the chaos, Yukong were killed one after another. Dozens of Yukong entered in a line. With a wave of their hands, the items on the trading table were taken away. In this huge market, this was just a small microcosm. In other places, similar scenes were also playing out. The four great forces were well prepared. They had been plotting for months in advance. As soon as they entered the market, they launched wave after wave of effective attacks. They pushed from one end of the market to the other. Everywhere they passed, cultivators died, and buildings collapsed. Boom! As the earth shook, the door of the inn where Zi Chen was staying was blasted open by many beautiful attacks. Dozens of Yukong from the four great forces rushed in. Their eyes had already turned red from the killing, and they had also entered a frenzied state of snatching. As for this inn, its daily income was unimaginable, and it became their next target. Peng! But as soon as they rushed in, a terrifying energy came out of the inn. The next moment, dozens of Yukong who had entered vertically flew out horizontally. Their eyes were filled with horror. Their bodies twitched on the ground, and then there was no sound. Dozens of people were all dead. How dare you come to the Zheng family's inn to behave atrociously? You're courting death. A cold voice resounded from the inn. Immediately after, the aura of a primal core realm cultivator spread out. The four great forces had thousands of Yukong cultivators. As soon as dozens of people died here, the other Yukong cultivators sensed that something was wrong and launched another wave of attacks. Streaks of swordlight and bladelight were like hidden weapons, emitting sharp whistling sounds as they flew toward the inn. The next moment, the inn exploded. A powerful aura appeared. The origin core realm old monster appeared. The void trembled, and the sky changed color. The origin core realm old monster threw a palm forward. It was like a palm print that covered the sky. It swept over dozens of people again. Bang! Bang! In the explosion, dozens of people were destroyed by the palm print. Their vitality disappeared. It's the origin core realm old monster. Retreat! Retreat! Find the Lord! The expressions of the Yukong cultivators changed. They couldn't fight against an origin core realm cultivator. Don't even think about leaving. The origin core realm old monster roared. Monstrous spiritual power surged and enveloped the remaining dozens of Yukong cultivators. He was about to kill them. But then, an origin core realm old monster of the four great forces rushed over and saved these people. The Yukong cultivators still had lingering fear. Without waiting for the origin core realm old monster to speak, they all retreated and continued to attack the next place. On the ground, a group of Yukong cultivators was sweeping through like a bulldozer. Wherever they passed, all the buildings were flattened. The wealth and Yukong cultivators were all killed. Wherever they passed, they were almost unimpeded. But just as they were about to push into the central area, they suffered a destructive attack. These were the late-stage Yukong cultivators recruited by the Shangguan clan. They were the protectors of the market. They gathered together and formed a large scale to launch an effective counterattack. In an instant, the casualties of the four great forces increased. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out. Many origin core realm old monsters began another chaotic battle. But compared to the Yukong cultivators, the vitality of the origin core realm old monsters was stronger. Even in the chaotic battle, they wouldn't die immediately. The number of origin core realm old monsters of the Shangguan clan was also very large. Together with the protectors of the other forces, the number of people added up was no less than the four great forces. The scale of the fierce battle between dozens of origin core realm old monsters was so large that it caused the space in the sky to constantly shatter and shatter. The aura of destruction spread, causing more buildings to collapse. Even the light shield was violently impacted, rippling constantly. The light shield kept twisting, as if it couldn't bear it any longer. Boom! In the fierce battle, the light shield above the market couldn't hold on any longer. With a loud bang, it exploded and turned into energy and disappeared. Run! Get out of here! Even more cultivators let out shouts as they rushed out of the outpost as soon as the shield of light was broken. The endless slaughter had scared them out of their wits. At this moment, individual combat power was almost useless. With a large number of attacks coming, unless it was a origin core realm-old monster, everyone else would inevitably die. So more people chose to flee. The moment the light shield broke, two groups of figures rushed out of the destructive energy in the central area and rushed out at high speed. One of the groups was led by Butterball. He led several origin core protectors to protect Zheng Feng as they ran out of the market. The other group was led by Yu Xianzi. She was led by the old man on the top floor and a few people who came with her. They flew in another direction. The four great overlords of the four great forces watched this scene coldly. No one stopped them and let them leave. It was as if their goal was only the market. The light shield is broken. Hurry up and leave. At the same time, a voice came out of the destructive energy. Then, two more figures appeared. Both of them emitted golden light and rushed out of the market. I told you to hurry up and leave. You didn't listen and insisted on participating in this stupid auction. Look at what happened now. A long-winded voice came out of the group. When the origin core realm-old monsters in the sky saw these two figures, even though they were powerful, they were still stunned. These two people were actually flying. One was in the early stage, and the other was in the middle stage. They actually survived the destructive energy. Chapter 444. The horrifying palm print covered the sky and covered the sun. It appeared in the sky and slammed toward the two people who were running away. Cracks appeared in the space, and the killing intent filled the world. The two people's faces changed. Damn it! To think that they would target us. Hurry up and stop them. The palm imprint above their heads made Tyrant so scared that his soul almost left his body. He could not help but shout out. Noisy. Zichen glared at the monk, then pointed between his eyebrows. A silver light appeared and turned into a lightning dragon. It was hundreds of meters long and filled the sky. The lightning dragon swung its tail, shattering the space. Silver light flashed, and endless lightning flashed. It went against the sky and rushed toward the palm print. Boom! The lightning dragon and the palm print collided, creating a loud explosion. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded at the same time. It was deafening. In the end, the lightning dragon and the palm print dissipated, blocking the attack. The two figures turned into two beams of light and rushed into the distance. In the sky, the original core realm-old monster was stunned again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A mere early stage Zephyr had blocked the attack of the original core realm-old monster. Below, many Zephyrs saw this scene and were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? How could Zephyr block the attack of the original core realm-old monster? But this kind of stupefaction only lasted for a moment before it was interrupted by a shout. That's the virtuous cultivator. He changed his appearance. It must be him. Yes, it's him. Rumor has it that he blocked the attack of the original core realm-old monster in the outer region with the same method. It's him. That damn virtuous cultivator. The Zephyrs of the barbarian Bull Village and the Sunset Mountain were gnashing their teeth. They wanted to tear the virtuous cultivator apart. But Wu Liufeng and the Black Dragon Pool Zephyrs kept changing their expressions after seeing this scene. They were still in disbelief. How could it be him? They saw the appearance of the golden figure in a glance. That's a barbarian. How could it be the virtuous cultivator? Yes, I saw it clearly. It's a barbarian. I've been watching him all day. I can't be wrong. He's a barbarian. I thought he died in the auction hall. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The people from the two major powers had opposing views. They were definitely rich barbarians. The tyrant barbarian is the virtuous cultivator. Damn it, he changed his appearance. He actually took the primordial stones he swindled from us and came here to act like a tycoon. That damned rich barbarian. So the virtuous loose cultivator we were looking for is him. He had been wandering around under our noses all this time. Soon, Zichen's identity was revealed. He was both the virtuous loose cultivator and the tyrant barbarian. In an instant, boundless killing intent surged. Many people took to the air and chased after Zichen. And in the sky, after hearing the cries of alarm from below, 2 primal core elders left the battlefield and chased after Zichen. "Oh no, they've caught up," the monk shouted. "Shut up. Let's go," Zichen shouted. 2 golden lights flashed continuously. The entire market square was comparable to a small city. At this moment, it was being flattened bit by bit. The light barrier was broken, and many people took to the air to rush towards the outside world. After escaping from the market square, before they could breathe a sigh of relief and sigh at how good it was to be alive, they were all completely dumbfounded. They saw that many people had already gathered around the market square. All of them were filled with killing intent, surrounding the market square. Leading them were the 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool. Wu Liufeng's Black Tiger Peak Master, Sunset Mountain's Luo Sen, and Barbarian Bull Village's Pu Meng. They had brought their true elites and had been guarding outside. Their goal was to not let anyone go. Even a fly or a mosquito couldn't fly past them alive. They really wanted to make sure that no one was left alive. Kill, 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 kill. As the leaders of the 4 major powers spoke, cold killing intent filled the air. Then, dazzling attacks continuously rose up. Those who had just rushed out began to fall. At this moment, the number of people sent out by the major powers was several times more than what they had announced to the outside world. Kill. Let's kill our way out too. In the market square, there were many rogue cultivators. At this moment, those who had escaped were already densely packed. After seeing the people around them die one by one, they began to form simple alliances amidst the chaos. Soon, some effective counterattacks appeared. The people of the 4 major powers suffered casualties. However, compared to the number of rogue cultivators who had died, these casualties were simply negligible. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions sounded outside the market, and a terrifying energy swept through the area. Zheng Feng and Yu Xian's protectors had already killed their way out. Among the 4 major powers, a large number of people in the air began to die. A large gap appeared in the encirclement. But soon, this gap was blocked by black-clothed people who soared into the sky. The aura they emitted was the aura of the Origin Core Realm. They were all Origin Core Realm old monsters. There were many of them. All of them were masked and dressed in black. Without saying a word, they charged towards the 4 major powers. The masked people who suddenly appeared were very strong. They blocked the 4 major powers in an instant. However, before the 4 major powers could cheer, one by one, they began to scream. Because these masked people attacked indiscriminately. Their ruthless attacks were only for the sake of destroying their enemies. Their frenzied attacks engulfed many of the 4 major powers and killed them instantly. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Leave the battlefield to them. The few leaders kept shouting. Thus, the rest of the people in the air retreated, leaving enough space for them to fight. I already felt that something was wrong. You also felt it, but you didn't leave. Now, you're being chased. Zichen and Tyrant were running, but Tyrant kept nagging. Shut up. Zichen was furious and shouted, "Isn't it all because of you, you greedy monk? If you didn't want to take advantage of us, why would we stay here? If you can sense it, how could other people not be able to sense it? That old man was so kind to exchange yuan stones for you at a loss. Could it be that you were just bragging? If you had left then, I'm afraid you would have been slapped to death instantly," Zichen said angrily. Then we could have left quietly. Besides, was I the only one who was greedy? You exchanged more vitality stones than me. Tyrant was still stubborn, but his aura had weakened a lot. Zichen and Tyrant had already felt that something was wrong from the attitude of the 2 major powers, but they had never expected that these people would be so bold as to attack the market. After the 2 of them appeared, the battle had already begun. Seeing the densely packed people in the air, even the 2 of them who had great battle strength were completely dumbfounded. These 4 major powers are so generous. Are they trying to kill everyone in the market? The 2 of them were shocked. But at this time, the battle cries behind them had already sounded. Stop them. He's the virtuous loose cultivator, also a local tyrant. The local tyrant is the same person as the virtuous loose cultivator. Don't let him escape. Their voices had already arrived. Several people shouted together. Their voices were like thunder, spreading throughout the entire market. What? Upon hearing this, the leaders all widened their eyes and looked towards the sky, just in time to see the monk and Zi Chen rushing towards them at top speed. Damn it, kill! The leader shouted angrily. Almost every one of them had a grudge against Zi Chen. The 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool had been repeatedly scolded by Zi Chen in the market. Their hearts were already filled with anger, and they wanted to eat each other alive. Needless to say, the Black Tiger Peak Master had been scolded by Zi Chen. He was almost angered to death. Naturally, there was a huge grudge between the two sides. As for Luo Sen of the Sunset Mountain and Pu Meng of the Barbarian Bull Stronghold, Zi Chen had turned into the virtuous loose cultivator and robbed them of their wealth. The grudge between them was even greater than the Black Tiger Peak Masters. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large number of attacks rushed towards Zi Chen. Then, numerous figures flew towards Zi Chen. Virtuous loose cultivator, give me your life. Tyrant loose cultivator, today is the day you die. Many of them soared into the air and charged towards Zi Chen with overflowing killing intent. They had the advantage in numbers, so they weren't afraid of Zi Chen at all. And those who hadn't seen Zi Chen's strength naturally couldn't imagine how strong Zi Chen was. They also couldn't understand how the title of Invincible in the Sky came about. Looking at the incoming attacks, Zi Chen glanced at the monk and calmly said, "Monk, whether you live or die, it's up to the heavens. Amitabha, this poor monk's life is very long. Benefactor, please be careful." The monk's expression turned serious. He had once again become a qualified monk. Then, the two of them turned into golden light and rushed towards the gorgeous attacks. Zi Chen was like a beam of light as he weaved between the attacks, dodging them one after another. Occasionally, there would be some energy attacks that would hit him, but they were all relatively weak and could not even break through his defense. Swish, swish, swish. Dodging left and right, Zi Chen passed through a large number of attacks. Although his clothes were torn in many places, there wasn't a single injury on his body. He could be considered unharmed. Such a scene stunned everyone. They had personally experienced Zi Chen's extreme speed. Just as Zi Chen turned into golden light and rushed forward, they once again felt Zi Chen's unparalleled strength. They felt why he was called invincible in the sky. Phut, wherever the golden light passed, blood splattered. A head flew high. The opponent's shocked expression had already frozen. His spiritual sense had been destroyed. Peng. Blood rained down. Golden light flashed, and a brilliant fist light illuminated the world. A sky expert was blown apart by Zi Chen. At the same time, Zi Chen displayed his extreme speed. In an instant, he dodged dozens of attacks. Holding a golden sword in his hand, he rushed in front of dozens of sky experts. The golden sword was refined by Su Long with diamond. It was very sharp. The dozens of people didn't even feel pain before their bodies were cut in half. In the blink of an eye, he killed more than a dozen people. Such combat strength was almost comparable to the core realm old monster. It was shocking. Kill him. The Black Tiger Peak Master shouted from behind. The sledgehammer in his hand was trembling. He seemed to be looking for the right time to use it to kill the enemy in one blow. At this moment, in Zi Chen's arms, the demon ape moved. It poked out its small head and waved its small paw at the Black Tiger Peak Master. The next moment, the Black Tiger Peak Master felt like he was shackled. His body couldn't move. Swish. Just as he was in a state of shock and confusion, a beam of golden light had already rushed in front of him. Chapter 445. Zi Chen appeared with a sinister smile on his face. The long sword in his hand slashed forward. The golden sword turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Zi Chen had already rushed in another direction. Looking at the Black Tiger Peak Master again, the two giant hammers in his hands had already been split into two parts. The cut was neat and clean. The hammer heads fell from the sky to the ground, while the handles were still in his hands. The spiritual weapons that he had painstakingly forged were instantly cut apart. At the same time, his protective light shield was also silently shattered, and his body was also cut apart. His eyes were filled with shock. His life was fading away. The dignified leader of Wu Liufeng was killed by Zi Chen in a single exchange. As the strongest leader, Black Tiger was definitely not that weak. It was just that the demonic ape's methods were too strange. It imprisoned him for a short period of time, making him unable to move. As a result, he was killed by Zi Chen in a single strike. Zi Chen held the long sword in his hand. The sword light kept flashing. As the golden light swept across, another dozen people were killed. Ah, the Black Tiger Peak Master is dead. The nouveau riche barbarian killed the Black Tiger Peak Master in a single exchange. Avenge the Black Tiger Peak Master. At this moment, the others finally reacted. They all shouted and turned to even more gorgeous attacks. They fell from the sky and enveloped Zi Chen. With the long sword in his hand, golden light circulated around it. It was abnormally sharp. Zi Chen was invincible. Everywhere he passed, people fell from the sky. Under his feet, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared, and his speed was displayed to the extreme. He was like a real ray of light, flashing left and right. However, every time his figure flashed, one or a group of people would fly into the air and die a violent death. Zi Chen's expression had been filled with murderous intent before. Now, he was neither happy nor sad. It was as if he had entered an ethereal state. His methods were still as ruthless as before. Everywhere he passed, there would be people falling from the sky. However, he had turned this ruthlessness into an existence comparable to art. It was originally a bloody method, but it had a kind of artistic beauty. The strong contrast made people want to vomit blood. A misty light was emitted from his body, and his expression was neither sad nor happy. As the sword light flickered, one by one, they were cut down in midair and fell from the sky. Holy **T. To think that he can enter such a deep state of comprehension in the middle of a battle. This poor monk has gone blind. Just what is he trying to comprehend? In the distance, the monk who saw this opened his eyes wide and was completely dumbfounded. In the past 2 years, Zi Chen had successfully created a doppelganger with extraordinary battle strength, which had already made him envious and jealous. Now that he was facing a life-and-death battle, he once again fell into a deep state of comprehension. This made the monk speechless. A moment of distraction caused 2 cuts to appear on the monk's robes. He was almost injured. Hence, he didn't want to be distracted again to prevent himself from dying. Zi Chen's every move was disorderly and had no order at all. He swung his sword left and right as if he was just fooling around. However, there were always people who died in midair. They couldn't defend against Zi Chen's casual slashes. The monk noticed the abnormality once again. His pupils suddenly shrank as he exclaimed, "No, he's not comprehending a battle skill. It's his footwork. His extreme speed footwork has improved again. Could it be that he's about to break through again?" Golden light flashed beneath Zi Chen's feet as he displayed a strange footwork. He had already exited from the golden light state and returned to his human form. However, every step he took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch. His speed was even faster than the light from before. With every step he took, he would arrive in front of one or several people in midair. After that, he would casually swing his sword. Although there was no battle skill to speak of, the sharpness of the golden sword was still able to cut down those people in midair. Damn it! Just what is going on? In the distance, the other leaders of the midair felt a chill in their hearts. Their opponent's figure was like a ghost, completely unfathomable. Furthermore, he had rushed into the encirclement of the midair by himself. Wherever he passed, corpses would fall from the sky. "Form the formation and kill," the 4 leaders of the Black Dragon Pool shouted. In the next moment, silhouettes soared into the sky. There were dozens of them in the midair, forming a huge formation from all directions. As the brilliance flashed, rays of light soared into the sky, forming a huge net in the air. The energy aura was circulating. This is the Black Dragon Pool's Skynet trap formation. Everyone, retreat quickly. The other leaders exclaimed and signaled for the mid-air to retreat. The Skynet trap formation was very famous in this region. It was said that no one could break out of it when some mid-air warriors joined forces. It could even trap a master. This was just a trap formation. Other than that, there was also a ground net killing formation. It was said that the mid-air warriors could kill core realm-old monsters if they joined forces. All of the mid-air warriors retreated. The battle in the sky was left to the people of the Black Dragon Pool. On the other side, the other mid-air warriors who were free rushed toward the monk. Compared to the bloodthirsty Zi-Chen, the monk looked more like a monk. He was much more benevolent than Zi-Chen. Golden light flashed around him, and he had a faint smile on his face. He looked like a Buddha. Every time he attacked, there would be golden light flashing. Although the mid-air warriors were beaten to the point where they could no longer fight, they were not killed. Wherever the monk passed, Buddhist battle techniques would appear. One by one, the Lishans fell from the sky. However, unlike Zi-Chen, these Lishans were still alive. As more mid-air warriors arrived, the monk finally showed his power. The 6 runes mantra appeared. This was the highest mantra of Buddhism. It was said that when the 6 runes mantra was used, one would be invincible. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. A strange force was transmitted out, shaking the hearts of the people. In the next moment, screams were heard. Within a radius of dozens of meters, all the mid-air warriors fell from the sky. Around the monk, there was a vacuum of dozens of meters. The mid-air warriors who fell had blood dripping from the corner of their mouths. They had lost their combat power and could not continue fighting. Stop him. When Luo Sen and Pu Meng saw this, their faces changed. At the same time, they rushed to the sky, leading more mid-air warriors to stop the monk. The Tian Luo trap formation fell from the sky, directly enveloping Zi-Chen. At the same time, the formation flashed, and the trap formation was shrinking. Zi-Chen's expression was still emotionless. He slashed the long sword in his hand upward, and a golden light flashed. Following this slash, the brilliance on the light net dimmed, and there were signs of it shattering. Not good, his attack is too strong. Everyone, use all your strength to activate the formation. The mid-air warriors who were controlling the trap formation were shocked. Then, their bodies glowed, and they used all their strength to activate the trap formation. The long sword in Zi-Chen's hand flashed continuously, and a series of sharp attacks appeared. But this time, the effect was not good. Not only did it not break the formation, but it also increased the speed of the formation's contraction. Golden light flashed under his feet, and Zi-Chen arrived beside one of the mid-air warriors. He swung his sword, and the golden light flashed, but it was blocked by a ray of brilliance. At the same time, a huge force rushed towards Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's figure flashed again, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, he arrived in front of the second mid-air warrior. Sword light flashed again, but just like before, the Tian Luo trap formation was fully activated, displaying unparalleled defensive power. For a moment, Zi-Chen's figure was blocked. "Ha, tyrant barbarian, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape today." The 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool laughed maniacally. They did not participate in the Tian Luo trap formation. Instead, they were commanding the Earthnet killing formation, preparing to kill Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen is actually trapped. In the distance, the monk saw this scene, and his expression kept changing. He was hesitating whether to help or not. At this moment, he was not relaxed either. Facing the attacks of the mid-air warriors, and the 2 leaders who were sneaking up on him from time to time, the strongest defensive light shield had been broken through several times. The ethereal feeling around Zi-Chen was still there. He flashed in the trap formation that was shrinking continuously, and the sword light in his hand moved without any pattern. However, he could no longer destroy the enemies. "You're really greedy. You're already trapped to this extent, and your life is almost gone, but you're still trying to comprehend it." The monk in the distance was furious. He wanted to come over and help, but there were more mid-air warriors on his side than on his side. "I don't care. If you die, the treasure will be mine." In the end, the monk gritted his teeth and decided to let Zi-Chen fend for himself. The battle outside the market had already reached its climax. More and more rogue cultivators launched effective counterattacks, and the rate of death gradually decreased. On the other side, Butterball displayed his powerful strength. He was actually fighting 1 against 2, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. At the same time, the guards following him were also extremely powerful, blocking the attacks of the black-clothed men. Zheng Feng was protected in the middle, and he was temporarily safe. He could not interfere in the battle of the Origin Core realm. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Zichen. His opponent's strength had shocked him, but at the same time, his eyes were filled with hatred. When he saw that Zichen was trapped, he rejoiced in his misfortune. He wanted nothing more than for Zichen to die. On the other side, Yu Shenz's group was being attacked by even more black-clothed men. They were all powerful Origin Core realm cultivators. The old man's aura far surpassed that of an ordinary Origin Core realm cultivator, but the person he was fighting also had the same battle strength as him. The two of them fought fiercely, but they were evenly matched. However, the old man who was protecting Yu Shenzi seemed to be a bit stronger. The two sides fought fiercely, but neither of them spoke. The Shangguan family's people also didn't pointlessly criticize the other side for daring to attack the Shangguan family. They were simply courting death. It wasn't hard to see that the target of these black-clothed men was Yu Shenzi. If it weren't for the old man's protection, Yu Shenzi would already be dead. The battle outside the market was very intense, but the battle inside the market was even more bitter. The battle between the 4 overlords and the dozens of Origin Core realm cultivators was even more bitter. A rain of blood was constantly falling. One Origin Core realm cultivator after another began to suffer heavy injuries. It seemed they weren't far from death. As for the entire market, it was about to be flattened by the other Imperial Void cultivators. Whether they lived or died in the future, they would definitely shake the entire chaotic region. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, spreading over a radius of dozens of miles. This was a scream that was emitted through the vibration of magic power. Many people in the air who heard it coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, clutching their heads as they tumbled down from the sky. A Origin Core realm cultivator let out a miserable cry before his death. A Origin Core realm cultivator had fallen. This cry also successfully woke up Zichen from his comprehension. Although he felt a bit regretful, he had no choice but to stop. The trapping formation had been completely sealed, and the Earthnet killing formation was about to be activated. Chapter 446. Prepare to die. The Earthly Net killing formation was formed by the 4 cave lords of the Black Dragon Pool and dozens of Yukong as support. All of the attacks were strengthened by the formation, increasing their power by several times. It was like a real net that covered the sky. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. At the same time, the spirit weapons flickered and emitted an aura that was second only to Dan weapons. They rushed towards Zichen to kill him. This was a terrifying formation that was said to be able to kill Dan Yuan old monsters. The bone-piercing killing intent made people tremble. Heaven's Net Trap, Earthly Net killing formation. It is indeed unique. However, it is still not enough to kill me. Under the soaring killing intent, Zichen's expression did not change. He was still calm. Thunder and Lightning 5 Evanescence. Don't disappoint me. Zichen had just made a breakthrough in his extreme speed movement technique and comprehended the 5th Evanescence. This was something that Zichen had learned in the Thunder Clan's inheritance in the Saint Burial Ground. Later on, he was forcefully interrupted by Old Shong. However, all this time, Zichen had not comprehended it. It was only today that he comprehended the 5th Evanescence. Golden light flickered continuously. Zichen, who had comprehended the 5th Evanescence, used the extreme speed movement technique. He was no longer the golden light from before, but a real human figure. He took a step forward. His posture was elegant as if he was walking normally. However, it gave people the feeling that he was shrinking the ground into an inch. It was as if time and space were in chaos. His figure changed along with his steps. In just a few simple steps, Zichen had already rushed out of the entrapment array and arrived outside of the Grand Array. This caused many Yukuan cultivators to widen their eyes in shock. They did not see how he got out of the formation. Fut Zichen's expression turned cold again. The sword in his hand flashed and several Yukong guards fell. The formation was completely ineffective. At the same time, golden light flashed around Zichen's body. He began to walk in the air. With every step, the sword in his hand would flash. A golden light would appear. At the same time, there would be a light sound of cutting flesh. After several steps, a rain of blood began to fall from the sky. The Yukong guards who had controlled the formation had all been killed. The heaven's net trap formation dissipated. At the same time, the bodies that had been cut apart by the golden sword fell to the ground. They just happened to meet the earthly net killing formation. They were instantly turned into nothingness by the numerous attacks. How is this possible? The 4 cave masters controlling the earthly net trap formation were shocked. In less than a breath's he had not only inexplicably charged, he had also killed all the Yukong guards but also the Yukong guards. However, the shock on their faces disappeared as Zichen's body was enveloped by the earth net killing formation. Zichen's body was sliced by thousands of sharp blades and instantly turned into nothingness. They all let out sighs of relief. Being trapped by the earth net killing formation, even a primal core expert would die. Finally. But before they could even finish their words, they felt a sudden pain in their lower bodies. Then, all of the magic power in their bodies started to dissipate like air. As they lowered their heads, they saw that the lower half of their bodies had already separated from their bodies and was falling towards the ground. Dead. The last 2 words were finally blurted out before their consciousness dissipated. Their bodies also began to fall. You're not dead. 3 of the 4 cave masters had died in the blink of an eye. Only one was left. He turned around in horror and looked at Zichen who had appeared behind him. His eyes were full of horror. Zichen did not speak. He just smiled. The golden light in his hand flashed again. This time, a sword chi like a waterfall streaked across. A dozen Yukong guards died with this cave master. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Even the heaven's net trap formation could not destroy the enemy. The 4 strongest cave masters were killed instead. At the same time, Zichen, who had charged out of the formation, began another massacre. His speed was already very fast, and now that he had comprehended the 5th evade, he was even faster. What had been a battle of many Yukong had become a one-sided slaughter. Blood rained down. In the blink of an eye, the Yukong who had controlled the earthnet trap formation had been cleanly cut down by Zichen. Furthermore, such an easy slaughter made it so that none of the Yukong dared to approach Zichen. They were all filled with terror. It was like they had seen a demon. They couldn't wait to avoid him. Such a slaughter made them completely terrified. No Yukong dared to approach him again. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be invincible in the Yukong. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the 2 Yukong guards in the sky attacked. The 2 of them had seen Zichen trapped and thought that they wouldn't have to do anything. But now that the Yukong guards were scared out of their wits and began to retreat, they had no choice but to attack. The void shattered, and 2 huge hands appeared. With a terrifying aura, they grabbed at Zichen. Zichen raised his head and glanced at the old man. Golden light flashed under his feet, and the 5th evade appeared, instantly dodging the 2 attacks. At the same time, the golden light under his feet flashed again, and he rushed in the direction of the monk. Not good, the barbarian is coming. Everyone, run. Yukong, who was fighting with the monk, saw this scene and screamed in fear. At this time, he couldn't care less about the monk and ran away. Attack with all your strength. He's fast, but his defense is not strong. We can kill him with one blow. Don't run. Pu Meng and Luo Sen shouted, motioning everyone to stop. But Zichen's one-sided massacre had already frightened everyone. No one dared to stop, and they were afraid that if they were too slow, they would become the target of his slaughter. Not only did their words not have the slightest effect, they even had the opposite effect, causing everyone to run even faster. What should we do? The 2 looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, The two turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. However, what was even faster than them was a golden sword chi that flashed before their eyes. Puff! Puff! The sword chi dissipated, and two soft sounds were heard. The two leaders fell to the ground with a shocked look in their eyes. At this time, the golden light flashed again. Zichen had taken the two's spiritual rings. He said to the monk, "Let's go." After that, he turned into a golden light and began to run. The monk followed closely behind. The leaders of the four forces were easily killed just like that. The fear in the hearts of the crowd grew even stronger. Before the two of them could rush over, the crowd dispersed with a loud bang and made way for them, allowing the two of them to successfully rush out of the encirclement. The two old monsters caught up in time and attacked fiercely. For a time, the sky was constantly shattered, and a sky-covering palm print appeared. Zichen kicked the monk away and used his rapid footwork to dodge. At the same time, he shouted, "You go first. None of you can leave." In the sky, the old monster said coldly. Then, a terrible weapon appeared. A pill weapon. One of the two old monsters had a pill weapon. At this moment, he was controlling the pill weapon to attack Zichen. Wherever the pill weapon passed, the void shattered like a mirror. Damn it! Zichen cursed angrily. His extremely fast footwork was no longer enough for him to escape the attacks of two core old monsters and a pill weapon at the same time. He pointed at his glabella, and the silver lightning appeared again. It went against the sky and blocked the pill weapon for Zichen. Rumble. In the sky, there were continuous explosions, like thousands of thunderbolts. The sound spread far and wide. During this time, there were miserable screams that shook the sea of consciousness from time to time. Another old monster had fallen. This was a bitter battle. Even the original Dan old monster's life was in danger. After dodging several attacks, Zichen began to flee. This place was too dangerous. He could not stay for long. At this moment, the sharpness of the world's extreme speed was revealed. The two old monsters could only watch as their opponent ran away. The distance between them grew larger and larger. What kind of speed is this? The two were completely dumbfounded. When they looked back at the monk, he had disappeared without a trace. His speed was many times faster than a rabbit's. The two were depressed, but there was nothing they could do. They could only return to the market and fight again. Damn it, even this can make him run away. In the distance, Zheng Feng, whose life was not in danger yet, could not help but curse when he saw Zichen successfully escape. On Yu Xian's side, the situation was not good. The old monsters guarding her had many wounds on their bodies and were heavily injured. They were gradually losing. Only the old man from before still had enough strength. However, he had to protect Yu Xianzi and could not use his full strength. There were twice as many black-clothed people around them. At this moment, they were surrounded. They could not escape even if they wanted to. "Second Grandpa, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. They don't want me to live." Yu Xianzi was in despair. Her eyes were blurred by tears. "Silly girl, why are you saying this? You are the fairy of our Shangguan family. You will always be." The old man's voice was still kind, but as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Second Grandpa." Yu Xianzi was shocked. The old man smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm just a little old and my body is not good. I might not be able to wait until you get married." There was a hint of sorrow and despair in the old man's eyes. "No, second Grandpa." Yu Xianzi cried out in alarm. Tears kept falling. "Ah, the demon is back. Run. The rich barbarian is back." But soon, louder and more frightened cries covered Yu Xianzi's cry. Zichen's figure appeared in the sky again. Under the flashes of lightning, he seemed to have shrunk the ground into an inch as he flew toward them. The group of people was fleeing through the air, but those who were too slow were all killed by Zichen's sword. Zichen did not kill blindly. Instead, he went straight for Yu Xianzi. I've come to save you." Zichen shouted from far away. "Mitch, you're courting death." A black-clothed man snorted coldly. He struck out a palm at Zichen. The terrifying palm print shattered the void. You'll know whether I'm courting death or not when you see me. Golden light flashed under Zichen's feet. He dodged the attack in an instant and rushed toward Yushenzhi. At the same time, he pointed at his forehead. 2 lightning dragons appeared. They became hundreds of meters long and rushed toward the prime core old monster. Boom! The 2 lightning dragons did not collide with the prime core old monster. Instead, they collided in the air and exploded. In an instant, a large area of the void was shattered. Large cracks began to spread. Chapter 447. There were many Origin Core Realm cultivators in the surroundings. Zichen wanted to save Yushenzhi with just 2 lightning dragons, but that was clearly unrealistic. He couldn't even connect with Yushenzhi. When the lightning dragon's energy dissipated, he was blasted away by a beam of energy. Blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Zichen was already injured in just one exchange, and this was under the premise that he had an extremely fast movement technique and a powerful physique. If it were anyone else, they would have been blasted to death countless times over. Within the encirclement, Yushenzhi was very moved when she saw Zichen arrive. She shouted at Zichen, "No, Zichen, hurry up and leave." Zichen's eyes were resolute. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and moved with extreme speed again. He moved around the edges of the attacks, wanting to save Yushenzhi. But soon, he was swept away by another energy attack and was blasted away. This time, he didn't bleed but coughed up blood. He couldn't charge in at all. If he continued like this, he would simply be sending himself to death. "You should leave. This is useless," Yushenzhi cried out in grief. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't want Zichen to die like this. Zichen didn't say anything and charged forward again. This was the price to pay for taking advantage of the situation. The old man had clearly predicted this and had given him such a huge benefit because of this. Of course, he didn't want Zichen to die. Instead, he wanted him to save Yushenzhi. "Zichen, if this continues, you'll die." Zichen was blasted away for the 3rd time. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Yushenzhi was already sobbing silently. There was a hint of admiration in the old man's resolute eyes. It seemed that his decision back then wasn't wrong. This poor monk has come as well. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. The evil good monk turned into a beam of golden light and appeared in the distance. "You damned monk, didn't you run away?" Zichen scolded with a smile as he wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. This poor monk suddenly remembered that he still had a favor to repay, so he came to help, the monk said, and stood side by side with Zichen. Then, the 2 of them charged forward. Golden light flickered as they both displayed their strongest techniques. Boom! The 2 of them joined hands and unleashed a terrifying energy. They no longer held back and directly shattered an Origin Core Old Monster's attack. Their figures advanced several meters. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, a lightning dragon shot up into the sky, shattering the void as it rushed towards another attack. Following a heaven-shaking explosion, another attack was shattered. Like this, the 2 of them withstood one attack after another and continued to advance. Old eccentric Danuan's palm seals were all shattered by the 2 of them. In the distance, all the Zephyrs were dumbfounded. There were actually Zephyrs in this world who could withstand the attack of Danuan Old Monster. Moreover, the 2 of them were not at the peak of Zephyr Realm, but merely at the early and middle stages of Zephyr Realm. The 2 of them were extremely powerful as they continuously advanced. They attracted everyone's gazes, making everyone's jaws drop to the ground. They were just too ferocious. But as they advanced, the 2 of them were no match for the enemy. After all, they were too weak, and the number of core elders was just too many. The 2 of them were sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. They were both heavily injured. Just as the 2 of them were about to attack again, the old man's voice sounded in their ears. "Don't waste your energy. There are too many core elders here. You won't be able to break in." At this moment, the many core elders were only here for the Shangguan family. They didn't care about the 2 of them. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't just be injured. "We have to break in even if we can't." Their eyes were filled with determination. "No need. It's useless. Chen, right? You're very good. I hope you can take care of Yu'er in the future and protect her, the old man said. If I'm alive, I will. Chen nodded solemnly. This was a promise. All right. I'll find a way to send Yu'er out. I hope you can always protect her. If there comes a day when you feel you can't protect her anymore, send her to the Shangguan family in Chaos City. Now, quickly retreat. Wait for Yu'er to rush out, then take her away. Hearing the old man's words, Chen had a bad feeling. Why did these words sound like his last words? Senior, what are you doing? Chen asked. Go. Stay far away. In the middle of the encirclement, the old man lowered his head and glanced at the sobbing Yu'er. He smiled kindly and said, Second Grandpa won't be able to see our little fairy get married, so he won't be able to give your future husband a test. If you can return to the clan, tell those old fellows that they must give our fairy's future husband the most difficult test. Grandpa Yu'er cried. Go. Chen is waiting for you. Remember, when the time comes, you must make things difficult for Second Grandpa on his behalf. As his last words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the old man. His entire body shone brightly. This aura made people tremble and their expressions change. The moment this aura appeared, the world completely lost its color. The wind rolled, and the clouds moved. The wind howled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived early. All the attacks that landed on the old man's body disappeared without a trace, like clay oxen entering the sea. Moreover, the old man's aura was still rising. Not good. This old man has gone crazy. He's going to self-detonate his core essence. The expressions of the surrounding original core old monsters changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. Self-detonation of core essence required the eruption of all the energy that one had cultivated in their entire life. This was extremely terrifying. It was also a method that only original core experts could use to self-destruct. Run. Quickly run. The group of original core black-robed men could no longer remain calm. They began to madly flee. The self-detonation of core essence was very powerful. No one could block it. Go. Chen is waiting for you. The old man's body was shining. His terrifying aura caused the world to lose its color. He glanced at Yu Shenzi one last time and smiled benevolently. A very sharp spear appeared in his hand. The spear emitted a misty light. The instant it appeared, it expanded. Then, the old man placed Yu Shenzi on top of it. With a thought, the misty light of the pill weapon carried Yu Shenzi and flew in the direction of Chen. The original core old monsters were all fleeing with all their might. No one would notice such a scene. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. Survival was the most important thing. Grandpa Yu'er. Yu Shenzi cried out. Her eyes were blurred by tears. She clearly knew what was about to happen. Go. Live well. The last trace of a benevolent smile on the old man's face froze. His entire body exploded. With his body as the center, a wave of frenzied energy began to sweep out in all directions. A destructive aura instantly spread out for several miles, and it was still spreading. Many primal core old eccentrics that were trying to escape were swallowed up by this explosive energy. Soul-shaking screams filled the air. Old freak core Yuan's body was turned into nothingness by the energy of this explosion. Even his core Yuan disappeared. The self-detonation of an original core old monster was extremely terrifying. Wherever the destructive energy passed, everything was destroyed. Everything within a 10-mile radius was turned into a black hole. Other than the original core old monster, many others also died. Chen and Tyrant stared blankly at the destructive energy. Their hearts were bitter. An old senior had died just like that. Beside them was Yu Shenzi, who had almost fainted. She was still clutching her long spear. This was the only thing the old man had left for her. Let's go. Before they could express their grief, they saw a figure rushing out of the destructive energy. It was the original core old monster who had fought with the old man. He was very strong. They didn't expect him to still be alive. Then, two more figures appeared. They were also original core old monsters. As soon as they appeared, they coughed up blood. They were heavily injured. However, judging from the powerful aura around them, they still had a powerful battle strength. Therefore, Zichen didn't say anything. He pulled Yu Shenzi and ran. Swoosh. At this moment, a sense of danger came. The cold air made people tremble from their souls. The void in front of them broke open silently. A black-robed figure flashed out. The black-robed figure's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He held a long sword that shone with cold light. The moment he appeared, he thrust it towards Yu Shenzi's heart. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. They could only watch as the sword light pierced towards Yu Shenzi's heart. Demonic ape! Zichen roared. Then, he pulled Yu Shenzi to the side with all his might. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. When danger appeared, the demonic ape reacted quickly. Before Zichen could finish his words, it waved its small claws at the black-robed figure. A black shackle instantly appeared on the black-robed figure's body. However, the shackle, which had always been successful, only flashed a few times at this moment. Then, it shattered. A trace of surprise could be seen in the black-robed figure's eyes. However, the black-robed figure didn't slow down. He continued to thrust his sword towards Yu Shenzi's vital point. Phut! The sword light pierced through Yu Shenzi's body. It came out from the back of her chest. The sword light flickered, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. After being struck by the sword, Yu Shenzi's expression instantly froze. At this moment, Zichen's golden fist landed on the black-robed figure's body. With a dull explosion, the black-robed figure coughed up blood and was sent flying. While flying, Tyrant pointed his finger at the black-robed figure. A golden finger imprint landed on the black-robed figure's body, instantly creating a bloody hole. Phut! The black-robed figure pulled out his sword. Blood spurted out from Yu Shenzi's wound. After being severely injured in just 2 strikes, the surprise in his eyes grew even stronger. He glanced at Zichen and Tyrant one more time. Then, his figure disappeared into the void. No. Yu Shenzi was pierced by the sword. Blood flowed out continuously. Zichen roared. He couldn't care less about chasing after his enemy. He held Yu Shenzi in his arms and blocked the 2 wounds with his hands. He didn't let the blood flow out. However, the blood continued to flow through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. It's useless. They don't want me to live. Yu Shenzi's face was deathly pale. Her voice was weak. No, you can't die. I want you to live. It doesn't matter who wants you to die. Zichen roared. His trembling hands surged with energy as he tried to block the wounds. Zichen's hands didn't tremble when he killed people. His expression didn't change either. However, at this moment, his hands were trembling. He was panicking. Chapter 448. No. Feeling the body in his arms gradually turning cold, Zichen screamed. His voice was mournful, and his face was filled with panic. Yu Shenzi's eyes were closed, and there was a sad smile on her face. She was like a fairy who had fallen into a deep sleep, quiet and beautiful. The old man had just left him with his last words, telling him to take good care of Yua, and now she was about to die. Zichen couldn't accept this reality. After spending so much time together, they had become friends, and Zichen didn't want anything to happen to his friend. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, as if his life was flowing away. This feeling of not being able to grasp and control made him feel fear. At this moment, Zichen truly felt inconsolable, and he felt how weak he was. Stop howling. She's not dead yet. She just fainted. Quickly find a safe place to heal. The monk spoke, using the Buddhist lion's roar technique. It was like a wake-up call, and Zichen was instantly awakened. Yu Shenzi was indeed not dead. Her neck was still trembling slightly, and he could feel her weak breathing. Although she wasn't dead, her injuries were too severe, and she wasn't far from death. If she didn't heal soon, she would definitely die. Let's go. Zichen instantly woke up. He hugged Yua and turned to leave. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and then it shattered. A sky-covering palm print with a destructive aura slammed towards them. It was one of the original core realm old monsters. After a simple healing, one of them attacked Zi-Chen. At the same time, the other original core realm old monsters also moved, and another round of attacks began. Boom! Zi-Chen carried Yuxianzi and left. Lightning flashed, and golden spiritual sense flashed in his sea of consciousness. A purple-gold gourd appeared between Zi-Chen's eyebrows. It was flowing with purple-gold light, shining with endless brilliance. It was dazzling, and one could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Then, the lid of the gourd opened in the air, and a psychedelic light spat out. Then, a silver light was spat out. The silver light appeared, shining brightly, and instantly turned into a thunder dragon. It shook its head and tail, shattering the space as it flew up. Above the sky, an explosion sounded. Destructive energy swept through everything, and the void that had just healed began to shatter again. The thunder dragon palm print dissipated. Of course. Looking at the purple-gold gourd in the sky, the faces of all the original core old monsters changed. A gourd that could seal such powerful lightning was naturally not an ordinary item. A strange look flashed across their eyes, followed by greed. After that, they all unleashed their strongest attacks, wanting to snatch the gourd away while destroying the enemy. This was a chase by the original core eccentrics. Each of them was incomparably powerful and unleashed attacks that could shatter space. They were determined to kill Yuxianzi. At the same time, Zi-Chen and the monk became their targets. Between heaven and earth, silver light flickered. It was abnormally dazzling. Numerous lightning dragons soared into the sky, shattering space. With terrifying power, they exploded repeatedly in the sky. In the distance, some of the major forces in the air were already dumbfounded. Furthermore, the battle in the market was also nearing its end after the old man's self-destruction. At that moment, the people from the Shangguan family chose to flee. As long as they managed to escape, the four great powers would cease to exist in the future. And if that primal core eccentric wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Clean up the battlefield and retreat quickly. The entire market had been flattened. After that, it was time to clean up the battlefield. This time, many original core eccentrics had died in battle. Most importantly, they had created a miracle and created a legend. They had actually managed to conquer a market. I hope they keep their word. In the sky, the overlords of the four great powers appeared. Although they had gained a lot this time, they had also offended the Shangguan family. Gains and losses could not be considered for the time being. The explosions in the sky were still resounding, shaking the 9 heavens. Looking at the direction where Zi-Chen had fled, an overlord asked, "Should we go and help? Our goal is only to conquer a market. We won't participate in the battle between the major forces," said another overlord. The battle in the market had come to an end, but the battle on the other side was not. Zi-Chen and the others were facing a great pursuit. They could lose their lives at any time. Zi-Chen had already been injured before. His speed under the heavens was affected, and under the energy attacks, he had encountered danger several times. His injuries had worsened. The monk was not much better. His strongest defensive light shield had been broken countless times. Amitabha. The monk's body flickered with golden light as he displayed his strongest strength. The 6-syllable mantra appeared repeatedly, and Buddhist battle techniques were unleashed. Buzz. At the same time, he also controlled the elixir weapon left behind by the old man. Monstrous killing intent surged, and the spear emitted a dazzling brilliance as it pierced towards the sky. The spear's power was very strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary elixir weapon. As it rose into the sky, ripples of energy spread out. The void was directly shattered, and the attacks of the original core eccentrics were continuously shattered. However, the opponent also had an elixir weapon that was stronger than them. Moreover, as the injuries from the explosion were stabilized, they could unleash even more terrifying attacks. This was destined to be a life-and-death battle. "Hurry up and leave," Zi-Chen shouted. Yuxianzi's life aura was getting weaker and weaker. She could not hold on for much longer. Even if they were not killed, Yuxianzi would die from excessive blood loss and her injuries worsened. The void silently broke open, and the sneak attack from before reappeared. The opponent's eyes were still cold, and the sharp sword in his hand pierced towards Yushenzhi again. Scram! Zichen shouted. His spiritual sense had been spreading out in all directions, and he instantly discovered the abnormality. Golden light flashed around his body, making him look like a golden-armored god of war. His perfect body was displayed, and extreme energy was also crazily surging in his abdomen. At the same time, he threw out a domineering punch. Boom! This was a punch that Zichen used all of his strength. It carried the endless anger in his heart, and the dazzling fist light seemed to be burning with flames. This punch was very powerful. It was definitely Zichen's most powerful punch. It directly shattered the Shadow's spirit weapon, and at the same time, the punch landed on the opponent's body. Usually, this punch would be able to destroy the Imperial Sky, but today, it did not even kill the opponent. The Shadow coughed up blood and flew backwards. There was a hint of shock in his eyes, but he was still alive. The opponent's realm was only at the mid-stage of the Imperial Sky realm. After that, the opponent's figure flashed and completely disappeared into the void. Because of the Shadow's entanglement, the group was once again in danger. Many energies fell from the sky, and elixir weapons almost drowned them. Boom! The purple-gold gourd that danced in the air opened again. This time, the illusory light circulated, and all the lightning inside appeared, transforming into lightning dragons that rushed into the sky, instantly filling it. Amidst the explosions, Zichen and company finally rushed out, but they coughed up blood from the corner of their mouths. Their injuries worsened once again. As for Zichen, his perfect body suffered unimaginable damage in order to protect Yushenzhi. In the sky, the pursuit continued. Their lives were in danger. At that moment, they saw a dense forest below. There's a dense forest below. Let's go. There were many ancient trees in the dense forest that blotted out the sky and the sun. It was a very good hiding place. Zichen and the monk instantly swooped down. After a few flashes, they completely disappeared. In the sky, the primordial core old monster that was chasing them did not enter the dense forest. Instead, he attacked from the sky. A destructive palm print appeared and landed on the dense forest. Then, it exploded. The ancient trees exploded, and wood chips flew everywhere. The mountain rocks were reduced to dust, and a vacuum appeared in the dense forest. Through the vacuum, the two of them could be seen fleeing at top speed. Therefore, the few primordial core old monsters began to flatten the forest. The huge forest became a vacuum. The beasts panicked and fled in panic. The ground trembled and rumbled constantly, blocking the two of them. In the end, Zichen and the monk had no choice but to soar into the sky again and flee into the distance. The primordial core old monster sneered and kept chasing. The other party's injuries seemed to be very serious, but his speed was not slow at all. His body emitted light. Clearly, he had burned his essence energy and was truly going all out. After running for 1,000,000 miles, the two of them were finally caught up. A terrifying palm print fell from the sky and blasted them into nothingness. There was not even a drop of blood. No, this is an avatar. The primordial core old monster instantly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed and he was furious. He had been fooled. After that, they retreated one after another. Zichen and the monk ran in the opposite direction. After running another 1,000,000 miles, they found a hidden area. Now, he was going to treat Yushenzhi's injuries. However, before that, he had to deal with her injuries. Zichen looked at the monk. After the monk chanted a Buddhist mantra, he turned and left. Men and women should not touch each other. Monk, you are a monk. You can treat her injuries, Zichen called out. Amitabha, monks are also human. The monk glared at Zichen. His figure flickered a few times and disappeared. Damn it, monks are not men. Zichen cursed. However, Yushenzhi's life was in danger. If he delayed any longer, her life would be in danger. There was not much time left for him to think. After hesitating for a while, Zichen made up his mind. After he threw the demonic ape far away, Zichen apologized to Yushenzhi. Then, he carefully tore open Yushenzhi's clothes. Yushenzhi's brows furrowed slightly, as if it had affected her wounds. Seeing her jade-like skin and smelling her alluring body fragrance at close range, Zichen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His hands trembled as he tore open the other pieces of clothing. After that, a pair of seductive jade peaks appeared. They were white, tender, and full of elasticity. They were flawless. After a quick glance, Zichen's gaze instantly shifted away. He saw the hideous wound that was incompatible with her smooth skin. It was a bloody hole. There was already black blood on the surface, and it was about to coagulate. He had to treat it first. Zichen gritted his teeth. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and carefully cleaned the wound. When he came into contact with Yu Xian's smooth skin, his hand couldn't help but tremble, and it affected the wound. This caused Yu Xianzi to feel something. Her brows furrowed together, and she slowly opened her eyes. Yes, this. Zichen was tongue-tied. He trembled as he tried to explain. However, he suddenly realized that he was stuttering and couldn't say a word. Fortunately, Yu Xianzi had just woken up when she fainted again. This allowed Zichen to heave a sigh of relief. He took out some spirit herbs and crushed them with trembling hands. He then sprinkled the medicinal juice on the cleaned wound. During this process, he accidentally dripped some of the spiritual juice elsewhere, causing him to feel awkward. It took him quite a lot of spirit herbs to clean it up. After that, he took out some special healing pills and carefully treated the wound on the front and back. Then, he wrapped the wound with a white cloth. By the time he was done, Zichen's forehead was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had just been through a great battle. He took out a piece of his own clothing and helped Yu Xianzi put it on. Only then did Zichen heave a sigh of relief. Yu Xianzi's injuries had stabilized. Her breathing gradually became even. She was like a sleeping beauty, quiet and peaceful. Her life was saved. Are you very fast? You're done so quickly. The monk's mocking laughter came from behind him.